Oh, they turned. I'm here, guys. Sorry, got a little sidetracked, but what's new? I still have my I refuse to throw it away, so I've been saving it, and it's so old. I can't do it. Anyway, I'm here. Sorry guys, a little late, little late. Um, how's everybody doing? Chill session. Little chill session. I think my chat is behind again. Huh. It's froze again. Hold on, guys. Dang it. The chat's not moving at all. Give me 1 second. Let me see something. I don't know, man. StreamYard's been having issues lately. Slacking. Unless if it's just my freaking. Huh. Okay. Let me go back and see if it's back. Hold on 1 second. Okay, now we're gonna do it. Oh, it's back. What's up, everybody? No, this is new. No, this is a live. You're live, Carson. Oh, really? Yours did the same thing? Well, now it's working, so hey Nana, hey Sarah. Oh, thank you. Got my patchwork. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So Kiosk Hustle. Hey Boza. Hey Damn Shame. Hey Harley. We got Razmataz. Hey K Court in the house. Sheena. ASB 412, Wyatt, LJ, and American Justice. Okay, everybody's here. Oh, thank you, Harley. Oh, thanks, Jana. Hey, Gucci. Hey, Nicole. Alrighty. Let's do this. No, it's is it a hoodie? Oh my god, it is a hoodie. Yeah, it does have a hood to it. Yes, it does. Oh, wait. No, girl, restream the streaming service, but you have StreamYard. Oh, no, I'm using StreamYard. I thought you meant, I thought you were asking if it was like a restream, like if it wasn't live. Okay. Yeah, you did. I wish I could say hi to everybody. But that's why I like to do it at first because then I'm going to start reading and I'm not going to be able to be in chat. So I wanted to say hi to as many people as I can right now, and then I'm going to read some stuff to you guys. This dude, I've had this. Oh my lord! Now I've had it for so long, I can't remember where I got it. I mean, not I've had it for a few years. I don't know actually. It's really light. It's like my favorite, like it's almost like a fall, more of a fall hoodie type. It's like just like a really almost not even maybe a little bit thicker than a long sleeve, but not really, it's just like a good fall hoodie. But I don't know. Let me think about that. I don't know how I could figure out where I got it because it was such a long time ago. Um oh yeah. Mm. All right. Hi Pearl. All right, so I was going through Wade stuff because I'm over here anxious. I'm in like Wade zone because I'm waiting for these messages to come. I'm hoping this week I get the emails, or I think they're really text messages. I think is what they are. I think we figured out those are text messages. um, when you get rid of it, I have dibs. Oh, Jan. I doubt I'll probably end up wearing this out till it has holes in it. Wade's World. Yeah, so I was going through and I'm just like, Oh, and then yesterday I listened to the Bonnie calls finally because I put them off, and then it made me wanna look into Bonnie, and I ended up finding those pictures that I was looking for. What was tripping me up is I forgot that she goes by a different last name, so that's why when I was looking her up, I'm like, "Where's all the mugshots I had?" Because somewhere in that computer, I didn't even wanna go through all the files, but I knew I looked them up online, and I'm like, "Why is it only bringing up 1 mugshot?" And then it hit me, and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, she has a different last name." So I ended up finding all the mugshots, and then I went through her stuff, and then I ended up just going through some of Wade's stuff. I found, um, 2 letters from Wade I have not seen. One is talking about Bonnie. Tell me if you guys have seen these. It's to the judge. They're letters to the judge. So one of them's talking about Bonnie. They're only like a page. I mean, they're not long. They're 2 short letters. So one's talking about the judge, and one is talking about the person, the murder for hire with the funeral, like the person that wanted to kill his girlfriend and gave the funeral code and said he'd pay him or whatever. And then he attaches the note that the guy wrote to him. It's just like a little couple sentence note. But there's a bunch, K Core. Are you kidding me? We won't even be able to go through all of Bonnie's stuff. And then I was going through Joseph's Katz to see. I was just trying to see what he was up to, and I figured there's a couple interesting things to read with him. So yeah, hold on a second. I'll show you with Bonnie real quick if you want to see. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Okay. Actually, you know what? I forgot. Let me just do this really quick. I forgot because some of these have. Oh, shoot. Oh, well. Screw it. I'll just bring up the website instead. All right. I'll just show their website instead. I had screenshots but I would have had the. Okay. So here's all our mugshots. Because remember, K Court, what I was trying to say earlier is, oh, she does, K Court. It's so weird. She sounds like so like not into it's just like I don't even understand. I understand why Wade continues to talk to her because look, she's getting him drugs in the prison, but it's like God, that has to be painful because she does not like give him anything. Like I mean, I'm talking about like give him any like affection, love. Like her voice is just like she's so blah. Um okay, so yeah. So what I was gonna say is K-Court. Bonnie her last name is Strom too. She goes by 2 different names. So when you look her up, you have Strom and you have Wiggins. You could find stuff under both, but they don't intermix. They're separate. So the stuff that's under Strom isn't under Wiggins, and the stuff that's under Wiggins isn't under Strom. But that's what I remembered why I couldn't find her earlier. But yeah, so here's some of her stuff. We could go up. This is from 2016. I'll just show you this real quick before we go to the letters. So this is from 2016 for DUI, blood alcohol, okay, damaged property, DUI, 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 DUI. Yeah, basically those are all DUIs. And then you got this one is from 2017, and that has larceny, grand theft, 300 less than 5,000, stolen property, fraud. And then you got this one 2018, moving traffic violation, motor vehicle without a valid license. And then you have this one, which is 2019. And it's drug equipment possessed, controlled substance without prescription, marijuana possessions not more than 20 grams. Do I have the right, did it yeah, I have the right mic. I wanted to make sure the mic went right. Okay. So we have this, and then we have, I'll just go through the rest of these real quick before I start the reading. So then we have, this is 2019. It's drug possession, basically just drugs, controlled substance without prescription. And some of these could be like probation violation type stuff too, but which we'll get into some of the specifics on some of them that were more interesting. And then we have this one, it's 2020. This is yeah, just the drugs. And then this one, 2022, 2020. Drug possession. Hey, has anybody not heard the Bonnie calls? Because like a part of me is like, should we listen to those too? But I'm taking it most of you guys have probably heard them, right? Hold on, let me make this a little bit bigger so you guys could read. Okay. And then, so yeah, so we have this, and then the next one. This is, oh, I made that too big now. 29 or 2020. We got hit and run, leave scene of crash, involve damage to property. That one was too. It had the hit and run, fail to stop, crash, other serious bodily injury. Okay. And then we have this one. So there's a lot. So I was going to say, I was like, I knew I saw. So where did they go? This is 2022. I mean, also 2020 also. I want to confuse you. This is probation violation. And then we have this last one with the blue hair. This is 2021. Because remember, the Wiggins one was when the smuggling, she was under Wiggins. That's why her mugshot for that's not on this one. It's under it's the one that I showed you the other night. But this is 2021 probation violation. Okay. And then if you go in and you do Wiggins, it'll just bring up that one, this one. And that's the one where she got in trouble with Wade. 2023 in custody. Whoa, look at those eyebrows. She dyed her eyebrows green. Right? That's what it looks like. But anyway, and this is the attempted trafficking, the conspiracy to traffic, opium. You know what was driving me nuts though? On those calls when he was like, oh, battery on detainee. We're going to read the incident report on that one because I actually did read that on that one video that got taken down, but it's interesting. Yeah, it was driving me nuts because Wade is like going on about like, will you do it again tonight? And she keeps telling him, Wade, it's there. Like the drugs are there. I don't need to do anything. And then he's like, well, you know, how are we supposed to know which mailbox, like not which mailbox, how are we supposed to know where it's at if you don't tell us? And she's like, I get that I didn't tell you at the time, but now you know where it's at. So why does he keep saying that? Well, no, now you got to let us know. And she's like, well, now you know, like I'm telling you where it's at, and you know. And he keeps saying like, so you don't want to help out. She keeps saying like, but it's there already. The drugs are there. You guys just have now that you know where they're at, go look for them. Oh my God, it was driving me nuts. Like, I don't blame her on that call, like for being like so annoyed with Wade. But the other calls, it's like, dude, she's so like doesn't give. She's so difficult. Oh, thanks, Jess. Yeah, she does. She is how old is she? I don't know. Hold on. Her birthday is 93. So she'd probably be 30, around 30 years old. I just estimated, but I would say if I estimated they're about 30. I know. And it's just funny because like I get like sometimes you have to go with what feels and looks right. Like when you go in there, she was there looking at the scene and she chose to put it somewhere where she felt like maybe it was better there. So I don't understand why he was making a big deal because then she told him after, yeah, I get it was after they already looked, so it was too late for that night to get it. But like, go tomorrow. Now you know where it's at. Go get it. Like, stop. You just don't want to. Okay, so do you want to help out? It was just cracking me up. She's like, but it's there. It's already there. What do you want me to go move it and then risk going to move it to where you want it and then risk somebody seeing me? That would be so stupid. Oh my God. Um, oh yeah, no, she does. And also that's just in Lee County. I found her. What other county was I looking at her in? Because I think I have some reports in a different county of hers. But anyway, let me go over the letters first because they're really quick. They were mixed up and well, it doesn't matter where I got them, but it was just I'm glad I like thoroughly looked through everything again. Have you guys seen these? Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Sorry, I keep talking about it. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's just when I find something that I haven't seen from Wade already, it's kind of interesting, like something that I've already looked through and I missed. So I'm like, ooh, okay. So here's the letter that he writes. I got to take a sip of this coffee though. Okay. 2023. Oh, it was like before because all this so far the messages I'm getting is from this year. So, um, yeah. Oh, 28. Oh, wait. Okay, let me read this real quick. So this is a letter he wrote on 5/21/23. So this would have been what like right around the time they were doing that, right? Like right after. He says, Lee Clerk of Courts, to whom it may concern, in reference to case number blah blah blah. Yes, this is my new case number since 5/1/23, although on the case involved are other individuals listed as co-defendants, in particular a Mrs. Bonnie Wiggins, date of birth, he gives a date of birth, due to her association with myself, as well as her being the only person listed online at the Lee Clerk website within my case number and the arrest report, it is highly likely and extremely probable that she may be in danger and at risk, her loved ones and family members included. If anyone within the clerk court's off or if anyone within the clerk's office is sympathetic to human life in general at all, I would very highly recommend that this case be sealed online, the clerk website, as well as the arrest report. So therefore, Mrs. Wiggins' name not be known online. I don't know why he thinks that's gonna put her in danger, and I can't see him really actually caring about her life, so I'm wondering because he's maybe worried because he wants to be able to get the drugs from her, or is Bonnie one of the people he actually really did care for? Because I do feel like he's probably most likely more a sociopath, where I feel like he can care about people, not as I mean, it's not on a healthy level, but there he can like focus on a few people and actually care about them. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what if there's a motive or if he actually really did end up having some kind of feelings for her. Um and then oh yeah, that's true, but he's saying her case though, right? Hold on, let me read this again. Because if you're right, if he's talking about just for his case, hold on, let me see. That she may be in danger at the risk if anyone in the clerk's office is sympathetic to human life. Yeah, you're right. It's because of his case. You're right. It's because he doesn't want his crap online. I don't know why I was looking at it as he didn't want it on her name, but you're right, he's talking about just, like, taking the whole case offline, so that would affect him, which then his stuff would be private. You're right, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god, of course, yep. And then so then we have that, and then here's the one, um, that he wrote about that funeral and the murder for hire type thing. Okay, it says, please be advised, blah, blah, blah. The judicial prohibits a judge from considering ex parte communications or other communications made to a judge outside the presence of the parties concerning a pending or impending matter. The original of the attached communication has been filed with the Lee County Clerk of Court, and copies have been furnished to the parties. And then it says, Dear Judge Nick Thompson, this is Wade, right? Right. This correspondence is regarding inmate Tristan. I forget what his name is because I can't read it, but it's whatever. Rendren. A few months prior, he wrote notes to me asking me to find someone to rob his father's funeral home, Rendren Funeral Home or Bendren Funeral Home or funeral services, and then to fund a hitman to go and murder his victim and mother to his only child, Valerie. He wants her to be forcefully shot up with a IU needle, a very lethal amount of drugs, this being called a hot shot. I am including within this envelope a copy of the note that he sent to me. A professional can and will verify his script. The original note is in safe hands elsewhere now. I and others are aware that Tristan's father is well connected to the former sheriff Mike Scott. I only hope this does not gain him certain advantages above his illegal and violent acts and ill-willed intentions, being here against a woman, the mother of his child. I will do anything to keep Valerie safe from Tristan Gendron. Feel free to contact me directly or my attorney, David Joff. Sincerely, Wade Wilson. So, yeah, that's interesting because I knew I didn't. That's the first time I ever heard of how he wanted him to kill. Did you guys know that? He wanted her to be shot up with a needle, a very lethal amount of drugs. Wow. Wait, what are you guys talking about here? Yeah, you guys. So I don't. Bonnie won't be in the ones I get next. Because I'm only able to get like a month at a time. They're so expensive. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I can't just. I don't know. So yeah, yeah, I'm getting the ones where he'll be in trial. It's going to be June of this past year. But anyway, so yeah, pretty interesting, huh? I thought that was. I was like, whoa, dude, I have not seen these. I was kind of like excited. And then I found some transcripts that I hadn't seen. Remember, I read some of those transcripts that came out from like court hearings? Well, I found like four more court hearings, the transcripts from hearings. They weren't with that case. They were with a different case, but it's about that case. It's about the case, Wade's case. But so I figure we could read those too because I don't know. I thought the transcripts were interesting, the ones that I read, like transcripts from the hearing. But first, let's do Bonnie's if you want. So we could do. We have Bonnie. Hold on, let me see where I go do first. So we have Bonnie redacted, Bonnie smuggling. We have Bonnie battery, Bonnie smuggling, Bonnie possession. Hold on, I'm trying to see which one to do first. Incident report. I know I read the incident report for the smuggling already, so I don't know if I should do that again because I know there's other people reading it too. So I don't want to like just read stuff like you've heard a bunch. So that's why I picked some of her other charges to read. So this is a charge from which one did 2019. Okay, it's a drug possession, drug equipped possession, drug equipped possession. But it gives a let's see if it's interesting here. December 10th, 2019, Deputy Bell was on marked uniform patrol for the Lee County Sheriff's Office. At approximately 23:35, Deputy Bell was in the area of the Circle K gas station located on Slater Road, North Fort Myers, and observed purple Dodge Challenger bearing Florida registration exit the parking lot and proceed onto the Lynx Way without stopping, contrary to the driver of a vehicle emerging from an alley, building, private road, or driveway within a business or residence district shall stop the vehicle immediately prior to driving onto a sidewalk or onto the sidewalk area extending across the alley, building, entrance, road, or driveway, or in the event that there is no sidewalk area. Shall stop at the point nearest the street to be entered where the driver has a view of approaching traffic thereon and shall yield to all vehicles and pedestrians which are so close thereto as to constitute an immediate hazard. Based on the observed infraction, Deputy Bell maneuvered behind the vehicle to effect a traffic stop. Before Deputy Bell could catch up to the vehicle, Deputy Bell observed the Challenger fail to stop for the posted stop sign at the intersection. I'm going to skip through some of this. So he activated his overlay lights. He made so basically he pulls the car over. And they said that they traveled about 105 yards before coming to a stop at the intersection. Deputy Bell approached the vehicle on the driver's side and made contact with the operator, later identified as Bonnie Strom, which is Bonnie Wiggins. A white female born December, blah, blah. Deputy Bell informed Strom of the reason for the stop and asked for her driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance. Deputy Bell also observed a white male, later identified as Adrian Wiggins, seated in the back seat. While Strom was retrieving the requested documents, Deputy began to look on the floorboards for any contraband or weapons. He observed in plain view an uncapped hypodermic needle on the rear floorboard behind the driver's seat. Through training and experience, Deputy Bell knows these types of needles to be commonly used to inject illegal narcotics. Based on the observation of the hypodermic needle, Deputy Bell asked Strom and Wiggins to exit the vehicle. Both complied. Deputy Bell retrieved the syringe and utilized an agency-issued narcotics test kit on the residue, and it yielded positive for amphetamines. Strom and Wiggins were detained, and members. So when they're talking about Strom is Bonnie now in this incident, and Wiggins is the guy, right? They were detained in a double locked hand. So she probably married him, right? That's what I'm guessing. She took his last name. Anyway, they were placed in handcuffs, placed in the rear of the patrol vehicle pending further investigation. Deputy Bell began to conduct a search of the vehicle in the effort to locate any other items of contraband. In the rear floorboard behind the driver's seat, Deputy Bell located a torn pair of brown tan cargo shorts. Located within the cargo shorts was a glass pipe that had been broken into pieces. The pipe contained white residue and appeared to have burn marks on it. Also located in the pants were a brown wallet containing Wiggins' Florida identification card and social security card. And then basically they say they know that glass pipes in this condition are commonly used to ingest narcotics. They did the test kit and it was positive for amphetamines. They continued to search. They contained a wallet with Strom's social security card. They found 2 round pills and the pills inside the wallet. Let's see what they were. They went to the drugs.com and it showed that it was Carasota. So that's basically a muscle relaxer. It's really weak. It's not like a Soma. I think that Soma is the brand name for that, or Flexerol. I think that one's Soma, but they're just like really, muscle relaxers. But anyway, but it does say that the test kit for within the purse, deputies located a black digital scale that had white powder, and that tested positive for amphetamines. And then it says, then they found Strom denied any knowledge of the needle located behind the driver's seat. Deputy asked Wiggins, the guy, if he had any clothing in the vehicle. Wiggins confirmed that 2 shirts and a pair of brown shorts belonged to him. So let me just So basically, I mean, we see where this is going, okay? I forgot I wanted to share some of before I started going through her things. So some of her Facebook stuff here. So it's crazy how different she looks when on some of these pictures. So this is some of the stuff from her Facebook, Bonnie's. So I just wanted to screenshot the whole thing so you could see the date of it. So this is 2015. It says beautiful pic, love the background. Where is this? And Bonnie says thank you at the McKelly's restaurant at Matlacha. And then this one is uploaded in 2015. This one, it says, watch out, boys. The girls are back in town. This one says, somebody says, pretty. She says, thank you. Thank you, Eon and Eon. This one. Here's one. And somebody says, frame this one. Haha, know where to put it in the house. That's what Bonnie's saying, know where to put it in the house. Jeff says, why are you on the engine hood like that? Oh, let Meg drive your Jeep and she hit you with it. Bonnie, are you okay? Bonnie says, ha ha ha. Says, no offense, I almost did see that Jeep, Bonnie Strom. She says, you almost did? I don't know. Those amazing, pretty blue eyes, though, somebody says. Yeah, I know, right, Sarah? It's crazy how much meth could change your appearance so freaking much. You know, all those little scabs is because you pick on your face. So like, all her mug shots is right after she's probably strung out using a bunch, probably. And she's got the scabs all over her face, probably have been up for days by the time you get to that point. And oh, it's crazy. It's 2015, it says. Are you feeling better? She says, no, this is from a week ago. This is 2015. Somebody says, did you go back to the doctor? She says, I go at 2. If I can't hold out till then, I'm going back to ER. And then somebody says, there's no covering those Dolly Parton things. And I love your hair. Bonnie says, thank you. They are not that big, Nikki. And then it says, not going to lie, kind of want to lay my head on them because they look like big ghosts. Everyone says that. I like the dark with the purple. Thank you. Okay. He says, beautiful. Bonnie says, thank you. What color lipstick is that? She says 027 Violet Frenzy is what it's called. It's in the black tube with gold around the middle. And on the gold says Revlon. I got it more than likely at Walmart. And somebody says, super cute. She says, thank you. That's her right here. Drugs, Lauren. That's what happened. Drugs. Drugs will do it. Hi, Deb. I feel like I gotta sneeze. It's her right there. So it says, looking good, girl. Work it. You're welcome. What are you doing? She says, nothing, just relaxing. He says, yeah, me too. It's lame, but hey. She says, I'm enjoying it, no doubt. She says, no doubt it's nice out. She says, I haven't been outside tonight. Bobby says, I've been sitting by the pool watching the light show in the pool. She says, oh, LOL. That's about it. Oh, hi, Kimmy Jack. Betsy. Vanity, mellow, poetic infatuation. Hello. Hey, upside down. How have you been? I haven't seen you in a minute. Okay, somebody says, "Cutie pie." Just look at George putting in work. Bonnie laughs. Says, "Just goofing. I know George from when I was a jit. Used to play football with his big." Bonnie says, "Yeah, he's cool. Met him through my ex. They used to play football together." Somebody says, "Grew up with him too. That crew stuck together pretty tight." And she said, "Yeah, he could." Wait. Oh, she says, "That's good." Says, "LMAO, Bonnie couldn't handle me, Justin." She laughs. She says, "GTFO." Ah, yeah, that's all. I'll be way over there. She- We're gonna end up in hell, so down we all go. Bonnie says, "Yeah, you're right, Justin." And she says, "Megan, GTFO now." And Bonnie says, "I'm so effing dead right now. Haha. All right. Oh, thanks, Jen, for joining. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, so here's some of the mug shots that we actually already looked through, but I had screenshot them just to. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. But like now, it's kind of interesting to look at these now after we saw all this, right? These are going to go backwards down. So this is 2020. It's 2020, 2020, 2020. Well, I'm sure these aren't all, I don't know, but you see all this? That's from meth. Picking, plus it eats away your skin. It's crazy. Like oh, just like peel off your skin sometimes on like, I don't know. It's like I said, I've said before, like I used to feel like it would come out of my skin, like the meth. And I'm not the only one. I've talked to other people when we were using it, and be like, yeah, it feel like you have it, like you see this white and you feel like it's meth and it like comes out of your freaking skin. It's crazy. So then it makes you pick. And then and plus it makes you pick anyway. But it's like it also you like feel things and then it's like, I don't know, it's crazy. That drug is it's very crazy. Um So remember, this is going backwards, so that she's getting younger as we're going through it. Because the way that they're saved right now. All right, so let me see if there's any more. Yeah, I guess there's a couple more pictures. This is a video. Shoot. This is a video of her. It says, "I cried like a baby, but she is strong and didn't. I love her so much." This was just a video that was on her Facebook. Sideways. Oh, she's starting to cry. Dang it. It's just music. Like on this video, it's just music. That's why I muted it. So, dang it. That's kind of made me sad. So here is I'm trying to see what the name is because I just saw somebody ask, "Did her kid really die?" I don't know. Maybe that's who's I'm gonna go to her Facebook and see if I could see it more clearly. I'm trying to look at the date to see if it's a kid. It looks like this is 20. Well, I don't know. Wait. Anyway, it says, "Thank you." Let's see if there's any clue in here. "Thank you," Bonnie says. "I'm glad he was a marker now. Very nice." "Thank you, me too. I'll visit soon. Thank you, Bonnie." She says, "Thank you. Sending love. It's beautiful, Bonnie. Thank you." That's her again with the Adrian Wiggins. Oh, that's probably her husband, I bet. Because I was wondering why she kept the Wiggins name. I mean, I guess sometimes people keep them. And obviously, she was single, I think, when she was talking to Wade. I don't think she was married to him, right? So I bet you he died. I bet you that was the wait, was his name Adrian in that report we were just reading? Was that his name? Hold on. Let me go back. Okay, wait, yeah. So, okay, Fort Myers preoccupied. The driver. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me go down when he goes. Adrian Wiggins. Yep, right here. Yep, that must have been her husband. He died. Wow. Hmm. How old was he? Hold on, let me see. So he was her age, 94. He was a year younger than her, but when is this? Hold on, let me see. I have to go back to her Facebook and see what date that is. Like, when did he die? He died young, obviously. Dang it. Wonder if that's him. Yeah. Says, "I will love you. I will forever live in your memory, as we used to always say. I love you to the moon and back." This was posted in 2022. Hmm. I'm sure. That's what I figured. Oh, you know what? That's right. I knew that. That video that I when I did like all of her stuff, I read like a lot of her stuff. Um, I think I went through his stuff too because he has a bad record. That's right. Yes, I went through his hold on a second. I even found his mugshots. Hold on. I'll bring them up. I remember looking at him last time. Hold on one second. Let's look. I forget what he looks like now, but we'll remember here in a minute. Wiggins. There he is. Okay, I'll show you. Yeah, it's right because oh my god, you could see like how meth made him go downhill like this. Oh, hold on, I'll show you. Let me finish these pictures. Let me finish her pictures real quick, and then I'll show you Adrian. Oh man, and I can't even judge. I mean, meth it does it. I've seen it get so many people. Okay, so this is 2021. She almost looks like Miley Cyrus, or yeah, it's like, did I say that right? But like a little bit way back, like when Miley was a little bit younger, though, in that picture for some reason. Um, 2021. Hey, beautiful, and she says, message me. I s- Oh wait, but thank you. That ain't your car. Friend was over helping me pass out candy. It was their car. And she's, "Oh, yeah, just one of my new neighbors, they weren't home, so I figured I'd just borrow their car." Because she's like I was like, "Whose car is that for you to be posted up on?" And then somebody says, "Great picture." She says, "Thank you. Hair looks good. Did Prince do it?" She says, "Thank you and no." So "You are so beautiful." She says, "Thank you." All right, so that's the last one of that I have saved. Now let me bring up her husband that died. This is him. We'll start from the youngest. So this is in 2012. Wow, he would have been how young? Wait. Wow, wait, he would have only been if he was born, he would only been 18, around 18 years old right here, because he was born in 94. Dang it. Watch him slowly go. Watch what meth does to you here. I should say drugs in general, but I could tell by his look it's meth. I mean, at least that's one of his drugs is meth. I'm sure usually you do more than one when you're, but okay. Oh, I should have looked at, hold on. Let me look at the charges. Burglary, larceny, grand theft 300 to 5,000, stolen property, failure to appear, all failures to appear, that one. And then this one is moving traffic violation. And then this one is 2014. It's loitering. $2019. Drug equipment possessed without prescription, just drugs without prescription, and then carrying a prohibited weapon. This one, 2019. Drug possession, basically. This one is 2020, it says. Drugs. This one is 2020. Drug. Yeah, probation violation and then drugs. Dang it. 2021. Carrying a concealed weapon, possession of a weapon or ammo, drug possession, drug equipment. Wait, which one did I just do? Okay. Whoa. $2021. Resist officer, carrying concealed, cocaine possession, drugs, moving traffic, possession of a controlled substance, flee, elude police, failure to obey. Huh, man. 2021. Moving traffic, drug possess, flee and elude, moving traffic, drug possess. Man, this is the last one. It's July 27th, 2021. He was released. That's right, dude. It was like the day after he died, or like right after he got released. Yes, I remember going over this and looking at the dates of his death, and then when he got released, and it was like, wasn't it just the next day? Let me look. Let me go figure out. I forget how I found the day he died, but it's either the 20th or 21st or look. So, dang it, so sad. Look at those eyes. Those are meth eyes right there. 2022, we got hit and run, non-moving traffic, possession of paraphernalia. 120. There you go. Yep. So he got released. 119. Went out and partied, died the next day, drug overdose. It's just wow. I gotta take a sip of this. I should look it up. Hold on. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up real quick. Okay. Yep, here it is. Why is there nothing written about? Oh yeah, here you go. Okay, hold on. I'll show you guys in a minute. I want to see if, hold on, there might be another one too. Hold on. There might be a legacy one too. Here, I'll read that in 1 minute. Hold on, guys. I just thought there is, no, that one's not the same one. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I want to see something. Yeah, 12, so this 12/7. Where did I just put the, here it is. Okay, so, yep, January 20th, day after he was released. And here's a picture. And then got this. Shauna says, I watched the life fall right out of you and didn't know it and couldn't do a thing. You're never forgotten and it will be handled. Love you. I'm looking out for my sister, Brandy, who misses you dearly. Huh, who's Brandy? That's all. That's the only, wow. It's the only one that wrote anything. Wait, leaving? Wait, what do you mean, Nicole? What do you mean? I've been doing other cases. I just go look at my other thing. Go look at my other videos. I don't understand. I haven't even been doing as much weight. I've covered Hannah and Luigi, and I did Sarah Boone yesterday. Yeah, I'm sorry you missed those ones, but I do cover other cases. Okay. So we have that, and then let me see. Bring up another file. So I did the 2 letters. We did this. So let me bring up Bonnie drug incident. Wait, which one is this? Bonnie 2019. Oh, here's the battery. I think this is the one where she was in jail. Yeah. Battery by person detained. Okay. So this was from 2023. So this would have been around the time that she started talking to Wade that year. I'm guessing. I don't know. I mean, yeah, because remember, what's her name? Coral had her on and she explained how she met Wade. Wasn't this the one where they gave, like, the inmates had, like, phone numbers of girls and they would, like, call, like, it's like they were known to, like, call people from, right? I'm pretty sure. And he got the phone number. So I think I remember watching it, like, gosh, that's been months ago now, when she had her on and she basically Bonnie explained, or maybe she didn't have her on. I think she talked to Bonnie or something, where Cora ended up explaining how Bonnie met Wade. Do you guys remember that? Remind me if anybody remembers some of the details. Yeah, Cora had Bonnie's friend on. Okay, thank you, Lewis. So, yeah, so after she gets arrested for this, I mean, this is for her first arrest. This is battery by person detained in prison. So she's already in prison. But my point is, this would have been like around, this is the same year, because it was Wade was like April 23, right? Is when they got in trouble for the drug stuff. Anyway, okay, I'll shut up. I'm going to read this. I'm not able to explain it right for some reason. Okay, so here we go. December 19th, 2023, Deputy Pugh was working marked uniformed patrol in Fort Myers, Lee County, Florida at approximately 23:53. Upon arrival, Deputy Pugh I don't know how to say that. Stop it. Made contact with Kristen Burns, who stated that she was housed in dorm 10 with other inmates. At approximately 11:20, another cellmate, Bonnie Wiggins, began yelling at her to stop talking. Inmate Burns stated that inmate Wiggins approached her, grabbed her by the neck, and pulled her off the top bunk. Inmate Burns fell and hit her head on the concrete. Inmate Burns stated that she probably blacked out, and woke up in a short time later. She then alerted deputies and was taken to Lee Memorial Hospital for further treatment. Deputy Pugh made contact with inmate Ingram, who stated that she observed inmate Wiggins yelling at inmate Burns, then approached inmate Burns and pulled her off the bunk bed. Inmate Ingram continued to state that she told inmate Burns to make an LCSO deputies aware of her injuries. Deputy administered Miranda rights to inmate Wiggins as outlined in the standard procedure card. This process was duly witnessed by Deputy Pereiro badge number, blah, blah. Deputy made contact with inmate Wiggins, who stated that she was sleeping and was awoken by inmate Burns. So now this is Bonnie's side of the story. So she was sleeping, she was awoken by Burns. After asking inmate Burns to stop talking several times, inmate Wiggins noted that she started yelling, to which inmate Burns aggressively approached her. Inmate Wiggins stated that she pushed inmate Burns and saw when she fell on the ground. Wait, hold on. So inmate Wiggins says that she pushed inmate Burns and saw when she fell on the ground. Deputy observed a bruised and swollen area on inmate Burns' head and elbow. Photos were taken and uploaded to RMS. Inmate Burns was placed in direct observation under unaliving watch due to her mental health crisis. Inmate Burns and inmate Ingram completed a sworn statement form. Inmate Burns completed a desire to prosecute form. Due to the victim's statement, the observed injury, Deputy found probable cause to charge inmate Wiggins with violating one count of the following Florida state statutes. So, all right. Actually, that's what 2019. Hold on. I'm going to put these in a file, what I'm reading, so I can keep track of this. So I read what? Battery. Yeah. This one. And then Bonnie 2019. Okay. All right. So next. We'll just do I'll do Bonnie. I'll do the incident. I'll just do the smuggling incident. I mean, I know I had already done it, but it's not that long. I could do it again. So this is her incident report. Okay. And then I might read those transcripts from weed stuff. Okay, so this is the stuff with the amphetamine traffic or methamphetamine where she got him in or was doing that for weight or whatever. Well, it'll explain it. So on April 20th, 2023, at 6 a.m., Correction Canine Deputy Jose deployed Canine Kylo to conduct a free air sniff of the outside receiving area located at the main jail in Fort Myers due to information that narcotics were being placed there. Canine Kylo gave a positive alert at the southeast corner of the outside receiving area where landscaping rocks are laid. Canine Kylo began digging into the rocks and landscaping mesh. A gray grocery bag was recovered, which had 2 Ziploc bags inside. Each Ziploc bag contained loose cigarettes, suspected narcotics, blue baggie with crystal substance, lighters, and alprazolam pills, which those are Xanax. The suspected narcotics both field tested positive for methamphetamine. In total, 59 cigarettes, 4 alprazolam pills, and 4 lighters, and 18.77 grams meth were recovered. Detective Frangie, Lee County Sheriff's Office Narcotics Unit, was contacted and assumed the investigation. Detective Frankie spoke with Lieutenant Anderson and the following members of the shakedown team. They provided the following synopsis. The shakedown team was alerted by an inmate trustee who wished to remain anonymous that narcotics were being brought into the facility by the inmate trustee Bobby Hitchman, a white male with a date of birth May 30th, 19, 1988. And if you want to just look at what Bobby Hitchman, it was Bobby, right? Yeah. Just get a picture of him. I showed him on my last thing because when I was reading those other reports, but I'll just give you. Oh, I put in an extra letter. So this is this guy. Bobby Hitchman is this guy right here. Okay. So Bobby Hitchman, a white male, utilizing the outside receiving area of the jail. Hitchman was coordinating with a person on the outside believed to be Lynette Acosta, a white female with a date of birth. So no, let me see if she's in here. I feel like I looked her up before. Let's just see real quick. Hold on. Lynette Acosta. I don't know if that's an. I obviously already looked that up before, huh? I forget. There's some there's. I think there's a one at least that wasn't in here. Yeah, but see, I don't know if that's even how you spell it. It's hard to tell, huh? Anyway, okay. Inmate trustee Danny Mulcahy. Hold on. Oh, wait. Put the wrong one. That's him. This guy. You guys, I don't know. Do you like when I show you the pictures or not? You'd rather not. I never know if it's a good idea. Okay. So distributes the narcotics to Wade Wilson. So, and then so that guy I just showed you, he distributes him to Wade Wilson, a white male with a date birth of. Wait, Mulcahy distributes the narcotics, but then a white male with a birthday. So that's Edmilson Martins. So that's Edmilson. This guy right here. So this guy, and this guy are all involved so far. Okay. Anyway, so white male date of birth in Edmilson Martins, a white male date of birth, is believed to be in a relationship with Acosta. So that Martins is in a relationship with Acosta. That last one I just showed you. Actually, what? Now I forget what he looked like. This one. Okay. So this one is in relationship with that Lynette Acosta person. Okay. So now let's go back to here. Okay. The Shakedown team began reviewing Wilson's jail calls, which revealed he was speaking to a person on the outside, Bonnie Wiggins, a white female with a date of birth December 12, 93, about narcotics. Due to the suspected drops being made, the Shakedown team was proactively reviewed phone calls and emails to and from inmates. ESU was contacted and cameras were placed in the receiving area. On April 19th, 2023, phone calls were made between Wilson and Bonnie. The verbiage was not direct, but implied a narcotics transaction would take place. A camera positioned on the courthouse facing the outside receiving area captured footage of an unknown vehicle parking at the bus stop at approximately 2:25 a.m. on April 20th. An unknown person is then seen running into the receiving area where the narcotics were located. On April 20th, 2023, Detective Frangie was reviewing jail phone calls. A phone call was placed by Wilson to Bonnie at 4:16 p.m. Wilson was agitated with Bonnie and was talking about where the package was left. We heard it. If you guys haven't heard the calls, I'm still tempted if I should listen to them now with you guys that we're reading them or not. But this is the call that's up there that Phone Calls from Prison has. Anyway, where are we at? Sorry. It's kind of cool now reading this again and after actually hearing the phone calls. All right. So He was agitated with Bonnie, was talking about where the package was left. At 3:30 minute mark, Wade mentions that it was the last night to attempt because nothing was going to happen Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. A handwritten note was located by the correction deputies in the laundry room. The note read, "Was good. Dude red fell off, so I had to use the hose to handle up. It's there. Cool. It's not at the pool, bro. The bitch put it in the corner by the pool under the rocks, and it's covered a little bit by the black tarp. That's covering rocks. Next time I'll get it right by pool again. There's an ounce of icy, 4 packs, 4 lighters. Gotcha, bro." The note is believed to be written by Wilson and has been submitted into evidence. Detective Frankie located the following messages between Mulcahy and Bonnie. On April 20th, 2023 at 12, Daniel messaged Bonnie, "No, bro, went out to dinner last night, but nothing was there good to eat." At 1:12 p.m., Bonnie replies, "In the corner where it was the first, under rocks and black tarp." Surveillance footage was obtained from the court operations. The video was from the camera posted on the courthouse building facing the southeast direction. On April 20th, at approximately 2:25 a.m., a vehicle pulls up in the front gate of the receiving area. An unknown person exits the vehicle and sprints towards where the package was located. The person then sprints back to the vehicle and drives away on MLK Boulevard eastbound. The vehicle appeared to be a dark colored SUV. While reviewing a jail mail, Detective Frankie located a previous photo sent by Bonnie to Wilson of a dark blue Audi SUV parked in a driveway. The photo was taken from the front of the vehicle. Analytics were conducted, revealing the vehicle was a blue 2015 Audi registered to Rhonda Hartwig, a white female. The vehicle registered is to Bonnie's address. The Audi hit the westbound Pine Island Road and Pondella Road at approximately 2:45 a.m., 20 minutes after the drop. The Audi was similar characteristics to the vehicle that made the drop, specifically lighter colored side view mirrors, tail light size position, and rear red reflectors. On April 26, 2023, Detective Frangie reviewed phone calls that transpired that day. Wilson utilized another inmate's PIN code. He even talks about doing that. Robert Hudson, and called Bonnie, attempting to throw off any monitoring of his phone calls. The synopsis of those phone calls was Wilson speaking about previously selling Suboxone strips in the jail and Bonnie providing more to him in the future. Wilson goes on to ask Bonnie to message Hitchman to open lines of communication for future drops. Man. Okay. So then noted messages. 426, Lynette Acosta and Bobby Hitchman. Lynette and messages Hitchman and says, so remember them two are those the ones that are together? Hold on. Because it was Martins and Acosta. I thought that they said we're a couple. But so this Acosta girl, she couldn't no mugshots in Lee County at least. But it's a girl, and then I think this is her boyfriend Martins. But anyway, okay. But she's talking to right now we're looking at messages between this guy and then that girl. Okay. Sorry. Oh, I always like to see faces. Anyway, so Lynette Acosta messages Hitchman, "Yo, what's up? What's going on?" And Hitchman messaged Acosta, "Man, this shit, so you wouldn't believe it. Have you talked to Red? They strip searched me naked, SMH. Shit real, but what's up with you?" And then Acosta says, "Nah, I have not. I'm gonna try and call him today. Take it easy, bro." And Hitchman says to Acosta, "Stay in touch, fam. We just got to be patient, big brother. And I'm always working 100% on laydown." And then, on 100% on laydown like that. Whoa, LOL, FWM. And then Bonnie and Hitchman. So Bonnie messages Hitchman and says, "On behalf of Wilson, stating it was Wade. Stating it was Wade. What are we doing? I'm still out here." Hitchman responds and states he checked and didn't see anything. Hitchman says to be more careful And Hitchman messages Bonnie and says, 8, when can you do something? And what happened to the last one? Eon, like this texting shit, so we have to talk on the phone 100%. And then Bonnie messages Hitchman, Saturday night can make it happen 100%. And then Hitchman messages Bonnie and says, yeah, so what happened to the last one? And Bonnie says, it's right next to the normal spot, over just a little bit, underneath a black sheet. And then Bonnie and Wilson. So Wade calls Bonnie from Robert Hudson's phone, and he asks Bonnie if she talked to someone because he might try to deal tomorrow. And Wilson calls Bonnie from Robert Hudson's phone again and says, Wilson asked Bonnie to message Hitchman, what are we doing? I'm still out there. Oh, so that's why, because it's going backwards. So we saw that she did do that, right? And then Wilson calls Bonnie from Robert Hudson's phone and states that they'll try to call Red later. Wilson calls Bonnie from Robert's phone and says Bonnie advises that Red text her. Wait. Bonnie's voice is very low, making it difficult to understand. Wilson asks Bonnie to text Red and then states he wants her to check mail first to see what the other persons are saying. I'm trying to remember because remember one of the people that they're in with, the dad is on the outside, I think, or is it the son or whatever? Red is like either the son or the dad. I had it all figured out back then. But it's a father and son too, and one's in jail and one's out. Remember? Let's see if this gives us any clues. Wilson calls Bonnie from Robert Hudson's phone. Wilson asked Bonnie if she could check his jail mail and if he could call Red a little bit later because Red wanted to talk to him. If she could check, wait. Wilson asked Bonnie if she could check his jail mail and if he could call Red. Okay. Where are we at? Wilson states to make this thing happen Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. The guy we're talking to now is the main guy. He's going to grab the stuff, referring to Hitchman. Wilson states whatever he tells Hitchman is what's up. Lee Burrell, who's in constant communication with us, he should be good. He's asking about the people on the first floor, referring to Hitchman. Now we have Red on the team. All we have to do is get him there. Wilson asked Bonnie to get Red to make it happen. And Wilson then states he can tell the guy right here what day and he can grab it directly from Joe. Bonnie says Saturday. Wilson asked Bonnie to text Hitchman back Saturday night. How are you going to see me though on Sunday? Wilson then mentions he has to watch his words because it's hard to talk on the phone. And ultimately Wilson tells Bonnie to stay Saturday night, or to say Saturday night can happen, can make it happen 100%. Bonnie then tells Wilson Hitchman responded to her message, so she replies to him. Wilson then tells Bonnie to text Red. Yep, we got it from the last time, and we need you Saturday night. And then Wilson calls Bonnie from Robert Hudson's phone, and he tells Bonnie, we're going to do the thing Jenna is going to get. Bonnie and Wilson say they're going to call her by her name, Kyla. Wilson asks for 10 strips, 2 packs of the brown, 2 little things, and Bonnie then talks about the last order. Wilson tells Bonnie to send a text about the time, Saturday, that he's going to be paid. Wilson then asks if everything was cool with the other guy in the jail mail. Wilson then asks Bonnie to add another person to jail mail because the heat was down. Wilson possibly mentions a name and states he needs him because he's his delivery boy. And it's important he has him on the team. He's my guy that runs around the jail. Detective Frankie reviewed Bonnie's profile on jail mail, specifically under connections. On April 27th, Bonnie sent a friend request to Daniel Mulcahy. Mulcahy. I don't know why I cannot say that name for some reason. Mulcahy. Anyway, so Wilson calls Bonnie from Robert Hudson's phone and Wilson tells Bonnie to text Hitchman. It's right next to normal spot over just a little bit. So we're seeing, because it's kind of going backwards. So we're seeing what Wilson's saying, but then we saw what she texted. So do we see like she is texting everything that he's telling her to text, like we saw the text up here. So she is texting all that. Anyway, so yeah, it's right over the spot over there, a little bit under the black sheet. Wilson then asked Bonnie to send a friend request to Daniel and to message him, I'm talking to dude. We're about to fly. Link in. I'm telling, not asking. Martin's an unknown male. So Martin's calls Lynette's number and speaks to Lynette for several minutes from inmate Jihad's Ori's PIN code. Lynette stops talking and Hitchman's below phone call to the unknown male can then be heard. Hitchman and Lynette. Hitchman calls Lynette and speaks to unknown male. Male states Red texted him last night. The little female that go pick him up, he got her on the kiosk. Hitchman states he has a call with him at 10 p.m. Hitchman then states he talked to him before and said his father is locked up with him. See? Detective Frankie discovered that Del Toro's father, Antonio Del Toro, a white male, was in custody. Hitchman asked the male when a good day is. The male stated he didn't know, but stated he can talk to the little female and he'll know what's going on because she will make him deliver. The male states get ready this weekend and that they would have to switch shifts. He then states it would be okay, or it would be the day shift. Hitchman then tells the male about the homeboy who was on the news but didn't want to say his name. Detective Frankie discovered Wilson was on the news that day. Hitchman tells the male he will check in the same time tomorrow. Martins calls Lynette for several minutes. Jihad Apres speaks to Lynette for several minutes. Martin speaks to Del Toro about the future drop and making money. Martins tells Del Toro he can make $600 a week. Martin tells him he is going to text him this weekend. Bonnie and Wilson. So Wilson calls Bonnie. Bonnie discusses jail mail from Hitchman where he references a care package. Bonnie says Red will be on the call. Red is then placed on the call with them. Wilson calls Bonnie. Bonnie confirms that Red is good for Saturday. Wilson tells Bonnie to message the other guy and say they're good for Saturday. Bonnie then sent a message to Hitchman. Okay, cool. Have mom send the care pack Saturday night. Due to the investigation, Frankie believed narcotics drop was going to be conducted on Saturday, the 29th. Detective Frankie planned an operation to intercept the narcotics drop that night. April 29th, members of the Lee County Sheriff's Office had multiple UC detectives watching the receiving area of the jail. UC detectives also conducted surveillance on Wiggins' home. At approximately 9:09, Bonnie entered the blue Audi with an unknown male, later identified as Devlin DeWitt. The vehicle stopped at Firehouse, and then traveled to the racetrack. And then while at the racetrack, two other people approached Wiggins and DeWitt. The other two persons were identified as Antonio and Tamara. The four individuals stayed at the racetrack for 3 hours. At 11:45, the individuals entered the blue Audi, departed to the police, to the MLK Boulevard. The vehicle drove past the receiving area and made circles in the area. The vehicle returned back and stopped in front of the receiving area. While under surveillance, the passenger, Antonio Del Toro, exited the vehicle and jumped over the gate arm. Del Toro then ran into the receiving area to the rear of the trash compactor. Once Del Toro exited the vehicle, the driver, DeWitt, circled their area and then returned several minutes later and picked up Del Toro. The vehicle then traveled north onto the business US 41 bridge. While detectives continued surveillance on it, the tactical narcotics unit eventually caught up to the vehicle, stopping it at the racetrack, and all suspects were removed from the vehicle. The canine detective Sin deployed his canine, Atlas, and conducted a free air sniff of the vehicle. Atlas had a positive alert on the vehicle. Due to the positive alert, a vehicle search was conducted. They found 1.2 grams of methamphetamine inside Del Toro's green book bag. They found 9 grams of fentanyl, 9.2 grams of methamphetamine, and 11 strips of basically Suboxone, 8 milligram, 2 milligram in gray bags. Those items were found in the gray bags in the front. Passenger floorboard under the, okay, hold on. Oh, and under the front passenger seat where Wiggins was sitting. So that would, under where she was. Then they located 0.58 grams of fentanyl, 0.28 grams of methamphetamine in Paul's zebra purse. Then they discovered that Dewitt was driving on a suspended license. Narcotics detective Colin witnessed Del Toro make the drop. Once the scene was clear of the suspects, the narcotics drop was located behind the trash compactor. There were 2 packages made of plastic shopping bags with tape on the outside. So they had 8.85 grams, 9.18 grams of methamphetamine, cigarettes, and 4 lighters. They were submitted into evidence, and all the suspects were transported to the North District substation. They were read their Miranda rights. Wiggins advised she was at her home and left in the blue Audi. And Wiggins explained that DeWitt drove because she did not want to make the drop. Wiggins and DeWitt then drove to the racetrack to meet with Paul and Del Toro. Paul and Del Toro entered the vehicle, and DeWitt drove them to the receiving area, the jail, and Del Toro exited the vehicle to make the drop, and they circled the area. Walkie-talkies were utilized during the drop. Del Toro called them on the radio when he was ready to be picked up. DeWitt then drove with the occupants and picked up Del Toro. They then drove back to the racetrack. Wiggins stated that there was methamphetamine, cigarettes, and a lighter in the drop. Wiggins explained drops have occurred for over a month. Red typically brings the narcotics with him for the drops. Wiggins advised she knows Del Toro as Red. And then it says Detective Frankie conducted an audio recorded statement with Paul. Paul read her Miranda rights. Paul stated she is Del Toro's girlfriend. Paul advised that she did not know what Del Toro was going to do, and that Del Toro was going to explain after the drop was conducted. So she basically saying she didn't even know what was going on, and her boyfriend Paul or Del Toro was going to explain what was going on after the drop. So she's basically claiming like I didn't know anything was going on. Paul was told by Del Toro that he was given methamphetamine in exchange for making a run. Paul did not have any further information about the drop. Detective Frankie conducted an audio recorded statement with DeWitt. DeWitt was read as Miranda rights. And the following is not verbatim and has been paraphrased. DeWitt explained he was at the house and drove Wiggins to meet with Del Toro and Paul. DeWitt explained he drove for Wiggins because she was tired. DeWitt did not know who Del Toro or Paul was, but met them at the racetrack. He then drove to the jail, and DeWitt eventually stopped in front of the courthouse, and Del Toro exited the vehicle with a walkie-talkie. DeWitt circled the area, and Del Toro called out on the radio to be picked up. DeWitt stated he did not utilize the walkie-talkie and was doing what he was told by Wiggins. DeWitt advised he was not given anything to drive the vehicle. DeWitt explained he did not know what was going on. Detective Frankie attempted to conduct an interview with Del Toro, but he invoked his rights. And it says, due to the investigation revealing that Wiggins, Del Toro, Wilson, Hitchman, Mulcahy worked together to have narcotics delivered to Lee County Jail. And so the Frankie finds probable cause to charge them with conspiracy to traffic in controlled substance and trafficking in methamphetamine. Yeah, so they had the fentanyl, the methamphetamine, buprenorphine, naloxone, sublingual film. Where else? So they got him for probable cause of trafficking fentanyl, possession of controlled substance. So yeah, that's that story. And then of course, Wade's incident report's just similar to this too. So there's no really use reading that too. I mean, for that charge. So that's that one. Let me see if I do have a couple more of Bonnie, but I don't know if they're even worth reading for Bonnie's. Let's see. So we did this bone smuggling. Okay, one second. Okay, so let me exit out of this and put these in my red file. Okay, so now let me see if this one's any interesting. This one is Bonnie's and it's from January of 2020. Let's see if it's, I don't know. This is basically, I remember reading this on that one video. They just get pulled over because, okay, so they're drifting. This is with Bonnie driving. They're drifting far right side of the roadway, crossing the solid white fog line by approximately half a car width. Upon contact, deputy identified the driver as Rhonda Sue Hardwick, a white female with date of birth. There was a female seated in the back left passenger seat and a male seated in the back right passenger seat. Deputy Bird identified the female as Bonnie Lee and the male as Adrian. So that's her husband that died. So you have, I think isn't Rhonda Bonnie's mom, but you have Rhonda in the front, the two in the back. You got Bonnie and Adrian in the back. Deputy informed Hartwig the reason for the stop. Hartwig stated that she was sorry and continued to state that she was really tired. Deputy requested Hartwig's license, proof of insurance, and Hartwig was looking for her documents. Deputy began to speak with Strom and observed that she had glassy eyes as well as constricted pupils. Deputy then observed that Wiggins appeared to be disoriented, had glassy eyes, as well as constricted pupils. Because remember, Strom is Bonnie and Wiggins is Adrian, so they both have these glassy eyes. They spoke with extremely slowed and slurred speech. They asked if Wiggins needed medical attention. She said, no, I'm just really tired. Or he said no. Sorry, I'm getting confused now because Wiggins, I keep thinking Bonnie. He said, no, I'm just really tired. Strom told deputy that they were all extremely tired because they had been awake since 5 o'clock. But he said his training experience, he believed the subjects seated in the back were under the influences of illegal narcotics. So Deputy Peach approached the vehicle from the passenger side and observed a white male in the rear where Wiggins was seated. They saw a blue container. And should be noted, 3 containers are commonly used to store illegal, or these containers are commonly used to store narcotics. So they requested a canine. They arrived on the scene with canine Nico, conducted a free air sniff. They observed a small clear baggie with white powder in the immediate area of where Wiggins was standing. Okay, so Deputy Peach informed Deputy that he was standing at the right rear passenger window from the moment he arrived and did not observe any baggies on the ground. Okay. Says upon walking to the right passenger seat, Deputy Bird observed a small plastic baggie similar to the one located outside the vehicle. On the seat where Wiggins was seated, deputies then observed one of the blue containers that was on Wiggins' lap on the seat he was seated in, which contained 15 orange and colored circular pills with the imprint U31. The pills were in the corner section of the plastic bag and they had been cut and sealed using heat. They found the pills to be amphetamine, dextroamphetamine, 30 milligrams. Should be Adderall. Schedule 2 narcotics. Wiggins stated he did not have a prescription. And then Strom began shouting that they were hers. They read Strom her Miranda rights, and she's stated that she understood her rights, was willing to speak to the deputies. Post Miranda, Strom stated that she had a prescription for the orange pills she referred to as Adderall, along with the blue pills she referred to as alprazolam, which is Xanax. Strom stated that she had placed them in the corner of a sandwich bag and sealed them before putting them in the container. She could not advise a response as to how or why they were in Wiggins' possession. And then deputy also asked Strom if she had anything on her person, which she shouldn't have. And she said, I have a bottle in my bra. Deputy asked Strom if she could remove the bottle, in which Strom consented and stated she found it at her friend Jenny's along with other item in her bra. Deputy Tompkins removed a white bottle bearing the word supermannitol from the right side of the Strom's bra and a metal spoon containing a white powdery residue from the left side of his Strom's bra. Tompkins then asked Hartwick if she had any belongings inside of the vehicle or if any of the pills were hers. Hartwick uttered, I have my Percocet that is prescribed to me in my purse, but that's it. You can check. Deputy Tompkins then located inside the purse that Hartwick was holding another blue container that had a small yellow rectangular pill bearing RO39 and a small baggie containing multiple blue pills bearing Y20. Hartwig observed Deputy Tompkins remove the pills, spontaneously explained, what are those? And then explained that they were not her pills and she was unsure of how they were in her bag. Deputy Tompkins asked Strom if the pills were hers, and she stated they were and that she had placed them in her purse before they exited the vehicle. Strom stated that the blue pills were her prescribed pills, but the yellow rectangular one was not prescribed to her, but she got it from her friend Jenny. Strom continued to state that she thought she was allowed to have the yellow pill because she's prescribed the blue alprazolam, and the yellow pill is basically the same thing, just another kind. Deputy Tompkins again utilized the pill identifier and identified the blues were alprazolam 1 milligram, and the yellow was alprazolam 2 milligrams. They tested the small clear bag with white powder, and it tested positive for fentanyl and had a total package weight of 0.16 grams. They tested the large spoon, which resulted positive for fentanyl. Yeah, took pictures and said they understood their rights. Deputy Bird asked Adrian Wiggins about the container located in his lap that contained the pills. He stated that they were Strom's and she was lying in his lap and that they must have fallen into his lap. Deputy Bird then asked Wiggins about the baggie located on the ground with the white substance, to which he stated it was not his. Deputy asked Strom about the alprazolam located within the container. Strom stated in her mom's purse, and Strom stated that alprazolam was not hers and that it was Jenny's. She stated that she took it, placed it into her container. Deputy Bird then stated that she was not prescribed that, to which she said, yeah, but then stated that every month she gets different shapes and colors for her medications. Deputy Bird then asked Strom about the spoon located on her person, which she replied she found it on the floor of the vehicle and put it in her bra. Deputy Bird continued to observe Wiggins in fear of overdose and on illegal narcotics. Wiggins continuously began to lose consciousness, and Deputy Bird had to physically wake him up. Deputy Bird requested Lee County Medical Services to respond to the scene based on their evaluation of Wiggins, and he was transported to the hospital. Believes that there was sufficient probable cause to charge Wiggins with possession of controlled substance, and they believed also to charge Strom with possession of controlled substance for the alprazolam and the drug paraphernalia. She was transported to jail, and that's that one. Okay, so that one's that. Let's see. Let me put this in my red file. Okay, what else we got? as far as Bonnie. That might be all I want to read on Bonnie. Oh, wait, here. Oh, no, I already read that letter. What is this one? This one is. Yeah, I think this is the. Yeah, this is that one I already read. I just have a double of it. Okay. Now I'm going to read some of the transcripts from some of the court hearings. Or what would you rather want me to do first? Read some of Joseph Katz. So remember, Joseph Katz was Wade's cellmate that he got caught trying to escape, which I think he probably just got like pressured into helping, and he was in that room or he just let him do it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say anything. Um, but when they try to escape, that's who he was rooming with. And also that's the one that Wade SA'd, his cellmate. But I found some interesting charges on him, and then I have the transcripts. I'm gonna do the transcripts first, actually. I think I made up. Oh, you want Cats, please? Okay, wait, hold on. Put a 1 if you want me to read Cats first, or 2 if you want me to do some of the transcripts of, like, some of the court hearings Wade was in. I know one of them for sure, Wade, there's some of him talking in them. I mean, it's transcripts, but, what do you guys think? 1 if Cat or wait. I forget what I marked 1. So wait, 1 if you wanna hear Cats and 2 if you wanna hear the transcripts. I don't remember what I said the first time. Is that what I said the first time? Hold on, remind me. Lucille, you were putting a 1 because of did I say the transcripts were 1 the first time? Remind me, guys. I don't remember. Help me. Okay, or wait, so we gotta start over. Hold on. Don't put anything yet because I gotta decide which one is 1 because I screwed it up. So 1 is Cats, 2 is the transcript. 1 Cats, 2 transcript. All right. And remember, here is it looks like people were wanting Cats, huh? Okay. There is that. No, there is, Betsy. That's the stuff I want to read is the violent stuff. I was surprised because he seems like I don't know. I just felt like he was more like not like I was surprised to see some of this. I was like, gosh, that's kind of weird because I just pictured him as being like more just like, yeah, it was just drugs or being caught up in bad situations. But no, some of the charges I'm going to read are some violent ones. That it surprised me. All right, I'll bring up a couple cats because it looks like a lot of people want to do cats. But first, let's bring up I'll just remind you, wait. Who he is. If you guys saw my incident reports, he was in the incident reports the other day when I did the live. But like I said, yeah, he is Wade's old cellmate. Look how serious he looks. Look at that. Whoa. See, now he kind of looks scary in that one. I mean, like, mean. Oh. It's 2013. Let's see, hold on. It's crazy what he looks like now, or like his most recent mugshot is totally different. Hold on. Loitering. Did I already do on this one? Some of the times they look so similar, mugshot to mugshot. I mean, and some look a lot different. Hold on. I think, I'll tell you in a minute, hold on. The ones that I'm gonna read, the charges, at least, I think most of them are from a different county. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me be reminded when I get through these. No, I guess there are some from here. See, aggravated assault weapon with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, battery, touch, or strike, damage property. But I swear, I think I looked up other counties. I think I have some of the stuff is from other counties too, I think. That's what I just read. Hold on. But I do have those I wanted to read. All right. Escape, damage. So those are the battery, touch, or strike. All right, one more. Look how different he looks on this one. Look at that. It's like, what? Hold on a second. That's just crazy. Did you get a perm? Okay. Hold on a second. Let me see. I feel like I got a couple emails. Let me see. Oh, I don't even remember. Hold on. My phone. Is my phone dead? Won't let me lock. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, let's do this. Okay, I'm going to do incident report. Hold on. Wait, what is this one? Hold on. Oh, this is the Wade Wilson one. Okay, no, I'm not. Okay. Joseph battery. So we could do battery. Yeah, let's do this one. And let's do the assault with deadly weapon. Let's do this one first. Okay. Burglary with assault, aggravated assault, weapon with deadly, without intent to kill, damage, property, mischief. Okay, let's see what this says. Wait, what year? Hold on. I want to see what year this was. May 8th, 2018. 2018. It said May, jail date, May, what, 2nd? 18. Okay. On May 6, 2018, at 5:33 a.m., Lee County Sheriff's Office received a call for service at Harvest Avenue. Deputy Daniel Sabian and Deputy Jonathan Hoyt, while on uniformed patrol in Lehigh Acres, responded to the scene. On arrival, deputies made contact with Deborah Como, a white female with a date of birth December 14th, 69, and Jason Hudgens, a white male. And Como and Hudgens stated that they were camping by the lake near the intersection when Como's son, Joseph Katz, a white male with a date of birth January 22nd, 1990, came up to their tent asking for help to pull out a vehicle that was stuck in the mud. Well, I just wanted to read that again because they said Como's son. Well, the reason I'm confused because they're acting like they almost set up like that he didn't know him. It was just like some stranger. But no, okay. So Deborah is camping with Jason. Okay, they were camping by the lake, and then so yeah, they were camping, and then I guess his truck got stuck, and they asked to help. Am I reading when Como's son? Yeah. Anyway, when Como and Hutchins denied Katz any assistance, Katz took a large knife and cut the top of the canopy in the tent that Como and Hutchins were sleeping in. Wow. Wow. When Katz cut the tent, he cut Hutchins across the forearm. Oh my God. Katz had left the scene prior to deputies' arrival. Deputy Hoyt obtained sworn written statements for Como and Hutchins, along with a prosecution affidavit signed by Hutchins. Deputy Sabian photographed Hutchins' injuries, the tent and canopy where Hutchins and Como were sleeping, and the vehicle left behind by Katz that was struck in the head or stuck in the mud. Due to the nature of the call, Detective Charmaine Smith of the Lee County Sheriff's Office East District Criminal Investigation responded and assumed the investigation. Detective Smith responded to the East District substation and obtained a sworn digital statement from Deborah. Um, so Deborah is, I guess, his Joseph's mother, right? Because they said his son. And Como's, yeah, huh? Unless if it's a typo, but yeah. Let's see where we at. Okay, so then she provided the following information during her statement, which has been paraphrased. Como stated she and her husband were camping by the lake near the intersection of Harvest and Shallowford. They were the only people camping there. But in the early morning hours, they could hear people yelling and swimming in the lake. Como also heard a vehicle driving around in the mud near the lake. Sometime after 4 a.m., Como stated her dog started barking and heard a male voice say, Mom. Como stated she recognized the voice as being her son, Joseph Katz, a white male with a date of birth January 22nd, 90. Katz told Como to help him pull a vehicle out of the mud. Como told him no, that she was sleeping and she would help him later in the morning. Katz started cursing at Como and walking around the tent. Katz walked around to the side of the tent where Hutchin was sleeping and slashed the top of the canopy with a knife. Katz then slashed the tent. Man, that's just something else, yeah. Um, Next to where Hutchins was sleeping. When Katz slashed the tent with a knife, Hutchins put his arm up in defense and was cut across the forearm, his forearm. Hutchins yelled out that he was cut and told Como to call 911. Como stated Katz did not threaten her with a knife and she was not injured during the incident. As Como tried to get a signal on her phone to call 911, Kat's girlfriend, Amber Lewis, walked up to the tent cursing at Como and trying to start an argument with her. Wow. Como stated Hutchins saw Amber throwing objects. Um, Possibly rocks at Como. Wow. So wait, Como stated that Hutchins saw Amber. So she was throwing rocks at his mom, her boyfriend's mom. But Amber was highly intoxicated and far enough away that none of the rocks struck Como or came near her. Como described the knife as a large Rambo-style knife with a brownish handle that was approximately 3 to 4 inches long. Como stated the knife overall could have been 10 and 12 inches in length. Wow, it's like um Como stated that when Katz left, he had the knife tucked into the back of his pants. Como stated that she has not seen Katz for approximately 2 years after a domestic violence incident between them in which Katz threatened her with a firearm. How did he know? Like, if they haven't been talking, like, how did he know that she was camping? I don't know if they end up explaining that. Anyway, so he does this, and then this other incident where he threatens her with a firearm. Como, Hutchins, and Katz all previously lived together as a family in Lehigh Acres until Como kicked Katz out of the residence after the domestic incident. Como believes it was just a coincidence that Katz was at the lake this morning with his friends, and she and Hutchins were camping by the same lake. Como believes after Katz got his vehicle stuck, he started walking around to find help and saw her truck parked nearby. When asked if Katz could see inside of the tent, Como stated that the front entry was closed with a screen mesh door, and the tent material itself was thin, and you could see shadows of who was inside. Como did not give Katz permission to enter under the canopy or the tent. Como stated she wished to pursue criminal charges and signed a prosecution affidavit. Detective Smith obtained a sworn digital statement from Jason Hutchins, a white male with a date of birth at the Lehigh Acres substation. Hutchins provided the following information during his statement, which has been paraphrased by Detective Smith. Hutchins was camping with his wife, Deborah, near the lake at the Harvest Avenue and Shallowford Street. They were sleeping in a two-person tent with a canopy set up over the tent because it was raining. Hutchins stated that they parked their truck next to the tent. Around 4 a.m., he heard people yelling and swimming in the lake and then heard a vehicle driving around in the mud. Hutchins heard a noise and saw Como's son and Joseph Katz, who came up to the tent asking them to help pull a vehicle out of the mud. Como told him to go to sleep it off, and that she would help him in the morning. Katz walked around the tent with a large machete type knife, and slashed the canopy and then slashed the tent next to where Hutchins was sleeping. When Katz slashed the tent, he struck Hutchins in the arm, leaving a long scratch mark across his forearm. Hutchins walked out of the tent and told Katz he cut himself. Or he cut him, sorry. He walked out of the tent and told Katz he cut him. Katz stated, I tripped. Oh, so Joseph's saying, I tripped, prove it. During this time, Katz still had the knife in his hand, swinging it by his side, asking Hutchins if he wanted to fight. Whoa. Hutchins told him no and that the deputies were on their way. Hutchins stated Katz's girlfriend, who he only knows as Amber, and another unknown male and unknown female walked up toward the tent. Amber was trying to start a fight with Como and was throwing items at Como. However, none of the items actually struck Como. The other male and female were trying to get Amber and Katz to leave and apologize to Como and Hutchins. Katz put the knife in the back of his pants and walked away. Hutchins stated their camping tent and pop-up canopy were unusable after Katz cut them. Hutchins stated that the tent was worth approximately $25 and the canopy was worth $50. Hutchins did not give Katz permission to enter under the canopy or tent. Hutchins stated that he wished to pursue criminal charges and signed a prosecution affidavit. Detective Smith photographed Hutchins after the interview. Detective Smith observed a cut across his left forearm, which appeared superficial and did not require medical attention. Based on the evidence at the scene, along with Como and Hutchins' statements, Joseph Katz entered the curtilage of their tent by going under their canopy and cutting the roof of the canopy. Katz then committed a burglary with battery by cutting open their temporary lodging for the evening, and when doing so, cut Hutchins across his forearm. When Hutchins exited the tent, Katz was still armed with the knife, swinging it by his side, and tried to engage Hudson in a physical altercation. Based on the investigation, there's probable cause to arrest Joseph David Katz, a white male, with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without the intent to kill, criminal mischief under 200. Katz's whereabouts are unknown at this time. March 7th, 2018, approximately 10:14 a.m., while on a marked uniformed patrol Lee County Deputy Garrett responded to Tina's Lane, Fort Myers, in reference to a wanted subject. Upon arrival, Deputy Garrett and Canine Deputy Locke observed a white male matching the description as the wanted subject. Started to flee on foot from a tent in the back of the property. After loud verbal commands for the subject to stop running, the subject complied with all orders given. The subject identified by a picture through the Lee County Sheriff's Office intranet as Joseph Katz, a white male born January 22nd, 1990. David was taken into custody without incident. Lee County Sheriff's Office communications confirmed David had an active open booking sheet for his arrest. He was transported to the East District substation where an interview was attempted. Shortly after, David responded to speak with a lawyer. I'm talking about Joseph. I don't know why. All questions ceased at that time. David was transported to the Lee County Jail for processing. Sorry. Yeah, dang it. Interesting. Oh, wait, there's more? This is the same thing, but a different. Let me see if there's anything like anything big that is different than the first one. It's like a different perspective here. Let's see. Yeah, Deputy Jonathan Hoyt. Yeah, same thing so far. Yeah. Looks like it's gonna be the same thing. Yeah, guys. Anyway, when Katz slashed the tent, Huggins put his arm up. Yep. What's that say? Well, Como believes it was just a coincidence that Katz was at the lake this morning with friends, and she and Hudgens were camping by the same lake. Como believes that after Katz got his vehicle stuck, he started walking around. Oh yeah, to find help. Yep, it's the same. Yeah, I don't. Wait, what? Walked up toward the tent. It was. Yeah, it's basically saying the same thing. This one, this narrative. Yeah. Okay. So next, so that one was the assault. Okay. Well, let me put that in the folder. So let's see what I got left. Let's do the battery. This is a battery. Now let's see what this one is. Unless if this is going to be this. No. Okay. So this is from court appearance. No, I want the actual date of jail date 2/23/20. Wait, when was that other one, guys? Now I already forget. The assault. Hold on, I gotta know. I gotta put it into perspective. Okay, that was in 2018. The one we just read. This one is in 2020. 2020. This is 2 years after. Let's see what he did. On February 17th, 2020, approximately 8:56 a.m., the Lee County Sheriff's Office received a complaint in reference to a domestic disturbance located at Detective Jamie and Deputy Joshua responded to East 5th Street and Richmond Avenue, where the complaint Blank and blank, born blank, was located. Detective Nahara made contact blank, who said her current boyfriend and father of her unborn child, Joseph Katz, a white male, battered her. Wait, so she's pregnant and he battered her? Because if it's father of her hold on. That's not good. If that's what they're insinuating there. Let's see. Um, so Blank was accompanied by Robert Hewitt, a white male. Blank exited Hewitt's vehicle and lifted her dress and showed Detective Nahara red marks on the left side of her buttocks. Blank was aggressively trying to explain what took place between her and Katz. Blank was obviously still excited about the altercation and said she is 4 months pregnant with Katz's child. Detective Nahara asked Blank if she would be willing to return home and provide Detective a statement. Um, Blank agreed and went back to the residence along with Hewitt. Detective Nahara obtained a digitally recorded statement with Blank. Blank stated that she and Katz had been arguing about finances. Katz knocked Blank's coffee on her while they were on the back lanai, gesturing to her left arm as to where the coffee was spilled. Blank was not sure about the timeline of the events due to the altercation being ongoing, but stated she asked Hewitt for his phone so she could call 911. Blank said that once Katz knew she was trying to call 911, Katz really became violent and began chasing her around the house, inside and out. Blank said she tried to hide from Katz and call for help. Blank said that then they were both in the bathroom when Katz charged at her. Blank said she dropped to the ground and Katz began yelling at her. Did you call 911? Did you? Did you? So that's what Katz is saying. Sorry, I'm just reading back over that to see if he hit her yet. So now he's chasing her. He knocked coffee on her, um, chasing her around the house. Okay. So now he's like, "Did you call 911?" And then Katz began to punch the left side of her buttock. Dang it. Blank ran out of the house and tried to hide in Hewitt's vehicle and asked him to call 911. Detective Naharo asked Blank if she battered Katz, and she said no. Blank further stated Katz broke their bedroom door as she was trying to hide from him when they were inside the house. Detective Naharo met with Hewitt and obtained a digitally sworn statement with him. Hewitt said that he was outside removing items from his vehicle when he heard Blank and Katz yelling at each other from inside the residence. Hewitt said it was an ongoing occurrence for Blank and Katz to yell and scream at each other every morning. Hewitt said Blank is bipolar and hormonal due to being pregnant. Hewitt said he observed Blank run outside and get into the right rear seat of his vehicle and lock the door. Hewitt said Katz was chasing after Blank. Hewitt said Katz entered the front passenger area and was trying to unlock the door to get to Blank. Hewitt told Katz to back off, and Blank eventually exited the vehicle. Hewitt said Blank asked for his cell phone so she could call 911 and he gave it to her. Blank and Katz went back inside the residence. Hewitt was unsure of the order of the events due to the altercation being ongoing, but said Blank was trying to call 911 outside when Katz grabbed her arm and forced Hewitt's cell phone to fall to the ground. Katz tried to pick up the phone and Hewitt stepped on his hand. Oh wait, so Joey was trying to pick up the phone. Hewitt stepped on his hand to stop him from taking it away. It should be noted Hewitt showed Detective Nahara his cell phone in the top right of the screen was cracked. Detective Nahara asked Hewitt if he witnessed Blank batter Katz, and he said yes. Let me take a sip of my water. Hold on. So he's saying that he saw her hit battered cats, right? Because it's saying if he witnessed blank batter cats, and he said yes. Detective Nahara specifically asked if it was in self-defense, and he said no. Hewitt said blank shoved cats while they were both outside. Hewitt was asked additional questions regarding blank being pregnant. Hewitt said blank was a few months pregnant and he saw an ultrasound photograph. Prior to deputies' arrival, Katz fled on foot as blank and Hewitt followed behind in Hewitt's vehicle until they lost sight of him in the area of East 5th and Lincoln. Well, Katz was located by Deputy Roding at Richmond Avenue and between 3rd and 4th. Deputy Roding photographed Katz, who sustained several scratches on his rib cage and a red mark on his shoulder. Katz suffered a medical event and was transported to Lee Memorial Hospital. Detective Nahara detained Blank for the remainder of the investigation and transported her to the East District substation. Detective Nahara conducted another interview with Blank, reading her Miranda warnings. Blank advised she understood her rights and agreed to speak with Detective Nahara. Blank was confronted with the statement he would provided. Blank apologized and said she did push Katz and that she was sorry for lying about it. Blank stated that her previous statement was accurate other than lying about her pushing Katz. Photographed. Detective Timothy McBride responded and assisted with the investigation. The detective photographed Hewitt's cell phone and then responded to Lee Memorial Hospital to meet with Katz. Post Miranda, Katz stated he did not batter Louise. But did state Blank has not been taking her bipolar medication due to her being pregnant. Based on the totality of the evidence, both Blank and Katz being mutual combatants, probable cause exists for the arrest of Blank, born Blank, battery, touch, or strike. So they both, wait, based on the totality of evidence, both Blank and Katz being mutual combatants, probable. Wonder, so are they arresting? Let's see. Totality, both Blank and Katz being mutual combatants, probable cause exists for the arrest of Joseph, while a white male aggravated battery. Offender knew or should have known victim was pregnant. Okay, so they just arrested him. Okay, I was just curious. Well, I mean, dang it, pregnant. Yeah, that's messed up. Let me see if there's any more with Joseph. Huh. Nose is starting to itch now. Battery redacted. I mean, there is more with Joseph, but one, I mean, that I saved. Let's see what this one. This is. Oh wait, this. Yeah, let me do this one. This is about him. I think I skimmed through this one. I think this is one about him trying to basically asking to get out because of COVID, I think. Let's see if I'm all right. So, amended motion to set bond and reduce bond or to release on own recognizance and to modify the no contact order. So, it says a bond is presently set that the defendant cannot afford in case number. Additionally, defendant is being held without bond in case number. Defendant is currently in custody at Lee County. He's currently charged with battery on a pregnant person, tampering with a witness, and a violation of probation arising therefrom. He requests that the court release the defendant in this case on his own recognizance or in the alternative reduce the bond to an amount the defendant can afford. Florida statute states that the purpose of bail is to ensure the appearance of the defendant is in subsequent proceedings and to protect the community against unreasonable danger from the defendant. Mr. Katz has a compromised immune system, the details of which will be disclosed to the court at hearing. Thanks, Soul, for gifting. You don't have to do that. Thank you, though. And then Jen, I did thank you. Yeah, I said thank you before, right? Thank you again for joining. Okay, so where are we at? It says Mr. Katz oh yeah, I already read that. Has compromised. Okay, here it is. Lee County is in the midst of a state of emergency caused by the coronavirus pandemic, wherein people with compromised immune systems are particularly vulnerable to death. The alleged victim has recanted her allegations via affidavit attached and desires to have contact with the defendant. If this motion is granted, defendant intends to live with his father, Joseph Katz Sr., in Jones Trailer Park in North Fort Myers. Additional grounds pertaining to the defendant's family ties, ties to the community, employment history, financial resources, and other relevant factors will be presented orally at the time of this motion. Provides that unless charged with a capital offense or an offense punishable by life imprisonment, and the proof of guilt is evident or the presumption is great, every person charged with a crime or violation of ordinance is entitled to pretrial release subject to reasonable conditions. Defendant moves to the court to release defendant on his own recognizance or alternatively to set a reasonable bond. Joseph, who is a pretrial defendant currently detained, is among a group of people the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has categorized as most at risk for contracting COVID, a dangerous illness spreading rapidly across the world through the state of Florida. The health risk to Mr. Katz is heightened due to the severely compromised immune system, the details of which will be disclosed to the court on the date of hearing. This condition, in light of jail conditions, as reported by the defendant and described below, and coupled with the alleged victim's affidavits, completely and wholly recanting her accusations against the defendant, necessitate the defendant temporary release on the bail until this pandemic has ended. During the period of release, Mr. Katz will live with his father. And additionally, Mr. Katz is amenable to additional restrictions of pretrial release as an ankle monitor, curfew, and or house arrest. Change circumstances, COVID outbreak. March 31st, 2020, new strain of coronavirus, COVID-19 has infected over 796,000, leading to 38,556 deaths worldwide. March 11th, 2020, the World Health Organization officially classified COVID as a pandemic. Florida State, Ron DeSantis, declared state of emergency. Additional protective measures have been taken, including the closure of all bars, nightclubs, gyms. I mean, it just brings back memories when this all happened, right? Wow. Staying 6 feet apart. You have compromised medical immune systems. Yeah, I remember that. Outbreaks of the flu regularly occur in jails and during the H1N1 epidemic in 2019. Many jails and prisons dealt with high numbers of cases. In China, officials have confirmed the coronavirus spreading at a rapid pace as Chinese prisons counting 500 cases. Says many people who are incarcerated also have chronic conditions like diabetes, HIV, makes them vulnerable. Yeah, they cycle out of detention facilities from all over the world, the country, and people who work in the facilities, including correctional officers and care service providers, leave and return daily without screening. Incarcerated people have poorer health than the general population, and even at the best of times, medical care is limited. And yeah, all right. Well, courts across Iran have granted 54,000 inmates furlough as a part of the measures to contain coronavirus. Huh. Says Mr. Katz has reported the following conditions at the Lee County Jail, where he is currently confined. Mr. Katz is in close contact with what he estimates to be 40 other people, where conditions render social distancing nearly impossible. Mr. Katz shares a single toilet, a single sink, and a single shower, 2 shower heads with these people. New people cycle into the facility every week. Wait, so single toilet, single sink, and single shower, 2 shower heads. Yeah. With all 40 people. Man, he's Mr. Katz lives in a cell that he estimates to be 10 by 12 and that he shares with 2 other people. Mr. Katz receives a limited amount of tissues and soap to dispose of his sanitary needs. He reports that he has run out of soap and was fortunate to have another inmate purchase more for him. Mr. Katz reports that there is a single bottle of disinfectant on the cleaning cart per day whose contents are exhausted in a matter of minutes, and it is difficult to gain access to this disinfectant due to the high volume of demand. Well, jail phones are shared and not cleaned between every use. The floor in the jail and in Mr. Katz's cell often has dirt and hair on it. Additionally, he periodically finds hair in his food. Oh, I can't do the hair in the food. Man. As additional peoples are arrested who have been out in the community as the coronavirus spreads. If they're not symptomatic, they will be brought into the Lee County Jail and held with the existing population, potentially bringing COVID into this population held in large numbers in close quarters. The circumstances that existed when Mr. Katz was ordered detained have now changed. There is a pandemic that poses a direct risk that is far greater if Mr. Katz continues to be detained during this public health crisis. Mr. Katz is vulnerable because of his compromised immune system. Liberty is the norm, and detention prior to trial or without trials is carefully limited. One charge with a crime is, after all, presumed innocent. A single individual unnecessarily detained before trial is one individual too many, and an increasing use of practice places tremendous wear on our constitutional system. The court should consider the total harm and benefits to prisoner and society that continued pretrial imprisonment Mr. Katz will yield relative to the heightened health risk posed to Mr. Katz during this rapidly encroaching pandemic. Says Mr. Katz's perspective, his life, not only his liberty, is one on the line, creating a powerful incentive to abide by any release conditions the court may impose and changing the calculus that initially led to the denial of bail in this case. Mr. Katz is currently confined because was arrested for battery on a pregnant woman and witness tampering, where the probable cause report states that Mr. Katz chased the soon-to-be mother of his child around the house, spanked her, and hit the phone out of her hand when she threatened to call 911. Mr. Katz is held without bond because his arrest triggered a violation of probation on a charge where Mr. Katz was convicted in 2018 for aggravated battery for cutting down his male friend's hammock while camping, in the process cutting his friend on the arm. In the current charges, the alleged victim has wholly recanted, swearing via affidavit that the spanking was consensual, that Mr. Katz at no time prevented her from calling 911, that she had no valid reason to call 911, and that Mr. Katz did not commit any battery upon her. Additionally, the alleged victim requests that the court in these affidavits to lift the no contact order. To mitigate Mr. Katz's risk of death due to exposure to coronavirus, Mr. Katz can be released from the Lee County Jail to live with his father, North Fort Myers, and subject to ankle monitoring. This would ensure the protection of the community while limiting Mr. Katz's unnecessary exposure to potential vectors of disease. The chronically ill, no matter what crime they are accused of, pose a lower risk of violating supervision, particularly during a global pandemic during which even leaving the house will endanger their lives. Yeah, he's among the vulnerable population at heightened risk of getting very sick from this illness. So, oh wait, who's this letter from? Hold on. I didn't know there's a letter. Let's see. To whom it may concern, I am writing you this letter at the behest of blank. She is a complainant in the matter of Florida versus Joseph Katz. Oh, probably her. Yeah, that's right. Um, Charged with battery on a pregnant woman by the same above name. Blank has a history of drug abuse and mental disorders. So it's talking about this victim, right? I'm sure. And I have personally witnessed episodes of her uncontrolled anger. Mr. Katz and Blank have an ongoing love affair and frequently engage in arguing and physical violence. It is precipitated by Blank against Mr. Katz. I have never witnessed him striking her or harming her in any way. It is most often a case of Blank attacking Mr. Katz verbally and sometimes physically. Blank frequently expresses fear that Mr. Katz will harm her during these fights. They usually end with Mr. Katz leaving the premises. With the passage of time, Blank always seems to forget the details of the argument and all the issues surrounding it. This would result in her inviting Mr. Katz to rejoin her until the next fight that would sometimes occur by the next morning. These two have been in my home for over a year, and I've witnessed many of these arguments, some more intense than others, but always with blank acting as the aggressor against Mr. Katz. I've never seen the beginning of these fights, but mainly act to try to prevent any actual physical contact between the two. Which brings me to the purpose of this letter. Blank is undergoing treatment and believes she was mistaken when she said Mr. Katz battered her. She has learned of his physical ailments, suffered since he was arrested, and is worried about his health. With hazard that now exists due to the coronavirus, her fears are increased. Mr. Katz is the father of her unborn child. She wants to see him free of what she considers false charges and allowed to help support their child. I have written this letter to attempt to inform you of some of the events I have witnessed. As a retired police officer and professor of criminology, I have an insight into the dynamics involved here that might be different from a layperson. Interesting. How's chat doing? I just looked over and I seen this. What's going on? This was at the top. Sarah, I can only imagine what she came up with. And people are saying she was in another chat earlier talking about Zap. Who? Now you got me nosy Nancy. Who was in another chat? Huh, I don't know. Really? I want to know where Mr. Rabbit Hood lawyer was entertaining. Did not smell like that. Oh. I know. I want to know what you guys. I just for Sarah said I want to know what that email says. Who came in here? What's the name? I gotta know. What you got? What you talking about? Who came in talking crap about me? Sorry, just take a little break from reading for a minute, and then we'll read this other letter. But who? Let me see. We all got Nicole. Okay, we all got hacked. A lot of drug talk. Okay, huh? I must have missed all that. I was reading, so when I'm reading, I don't get to see any of that, but it looks like it was a good thing to miss, right? Huh, interesting. Oh, wait, I timed out Nicole after bashing you here. Oh, what was she saying, Alsane? I wanna know, what was she saying about me? Or, yeah, I guess, I don't know, I shouldn't. But I'm in one of those I'm just in a good mood, so it's not gonna really make me mad, I just wanna know for fun. I saw it? Well, remind me which one it was. Remind me, what was it about? Just tell me real quick. Oh, we're gonna read that in a minute, Candace. I'm almost done with the Joseph stuff. Anyway, okay. Hey, Timothy, we got Candace, all sane. These boots, mellow, upside down. Um, oh, that one. I did see that. Okay. Yes. Okay. I saw that. Yep. Yeah, that wasn't nice. I didn't like that. Ugh. I didn't like it at all. I didn't like it at all. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Um, yeah, we do. I'm excited. You can tell my voice when I get excited. Um, it's gonna be fun. I'm super excited. I'm gonna be in a good mood for the next 2 weeks. Um, support I know. You all right. Hey Deco Live. Quit pissing on me. What? Look at the name. I almost don't want to read that because okay, sunshine addiction is so hard to see the other side. I'm effing living, traveling, being truly happy. It's hard to see a future when you don't care if you have one. 100%. That was my thing. I felt like it was like when I was in the lowest part of my low. I felt like it was to a point where it's like I didn't see a life past it because I was like, there's no point to freaking have a life without getting high. You know what I'm saying? It's like because I would because like there's no way I could be happy without it. So like what's the point? Like I don't even want to live without it. I was at that point. And then, like I said, anybody struggling and thinking that way, and even if you're like, no, but it's different for me, like trust me, I was there. I was there like with no hope. And there is. I really didn't think that I would ever be able to be happy again. And I'm here to tell you, you can be happy again without it. I know it doesn't seem like it, but I'm a living proof. You just have to get past, some tough parts and then yeah. Anyway, okay, so but sunshine. You guys just don't give up. Like I said, there's a light on the other side. Um, the drugs just trick your brain into thinking you need them. They like hijack your brain and you think they're lying. They're lying to you. Um, wait, what? Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, I'm not saying quit. I just didn't want to read the name because I didn't know if I read those words together, it might trigger like uh but no, yeah, he seemed cool. Um, wow, is there? Dang it. Okay, so let me continue. Well, maybe, but maybe you will be a New Year's fan now after the New Year's, because I know I am too. Like at the last few New Year's, actually, I don't think ever it was like a big thing either. Especially like the last since I moved home, like just like very quiet and almost lonely. I feel like usually, but not this New Year's. It'll be a good one. All right, I'm gonna continue here, guys. Sorry. All right, so this is another letter. Um, yes, it's true. Okay. No, good. I'm glad. Help each other out for real. So is Timothy, are you the one struggling here? Timmy? Yes, you got this. I'm trying to go back and see what you said and see if it's, but I better let me finish reading it and I could do a little wind down. Oh, yeah. Good. That's good. Very good. Wait, we could stay at the Christmas Story house? Dude, I should have tried to see. Like you could stay there? Like Airbnb? I never been there, but I should have tried to book that, Sarah. Oh my god, are you serious? Wonder, huh? How long have you been on them, Timmy? All right, I'm gonna continue, but yes, keep supporting each other, you guys. It's all right. I know that's what I thought, Dana. That's what I thought. So you've been on it for 3 years, Timmy? Okay. And how long are you on any days of sobriety yet or no? All right. Here we go. To whom it may concern. Ooh, now this is the victim. My name is blank, and I'm the victim in this case. Well, let me make this bigger. Sorry, I took a little detour here talking, but I'm glad I did. All right. I am the victim in this case. I'm here today to tell you what I can remember about February 17th, 2020. As I reread the narrative, I noticed that there were some things missing. I tend to go through periods of forgetfulness, and oftentimes I find myself pondering on my behavior as if I were someone else. I remember waking that morning and automatically feeling rushed and stressed because I thought I wasn't going to eat, or sorry, I thought I wasn't going to get any help with the things that needed to be done that day. One of the very to check if I was on mute, sorry. One of the first things I remember was screaming at Joseph to get out of the bed and just go somewhere, anywhere. I wasn't taking his health or happiness into consideration. Whenever he eventually got up, he did his routine. Whenever he eventually got up, he did his routine of waking up, going for coffee, then outside to smoke. I'm not certain, but I'm pretty sure I followed him into each room he entered while hollering hateful things in his ear. I remember feeling like I wanted him to get mad so he would just leave. I sat down in front of him while he was having a coffee and a smoke. I was very agitated and was beginning to feel anxious. I asked Joseph for a cigarette, um, and he declined, which infuriated me even more. I remember trying to get the cigarette out of his mouth or out of his, hold on, probably because she's pregnant, right? I'm guessing. Let me see. I remember trying to get the cigarette out of his hand and somehow got coffee all over both of us, I believe. So that's how she spilled the coffee? This may have been slightly before Robert Hewitt was standing near the doorway, where he witnessed me give Joseph a nudge on the shoulder while I was suggesting that Joseph needs to just get out of here. Um, Now the order of things gets blurry for me. I know I chased him around the house for some time because he wasn't moving fast enough. I know I went and got Robert's cell phone while he was outside cleaning his car. I remember telling Robert that I was calling 911, which later didn't make any sense to me. Why was I calling 911? The next thing I remember is following Joseph again into the restroom this time. I recall slamming the water faucet off and telling him that he doesn't even get to brush his teeth, that he needed to just go. I must have told him that I had already called 911 because I remember him asking me, "Why did you do that? Did you call 911? Did you?" I'm not sure of my first response, but I remember snarling in his face and throwing his toothbrush across the bathroom, asking him, "Do you want to hit me?" He responding, "Do you want to be hit?" I responded, "Yes." I remember sliding my back down the wall of the bathroom as I closed my eyes. Then Joseph brought himself to the ground, placed me in his lap, and cradled my belly and spanked me as a father would spank his child. I'm not sure if he thought it would turn into something different or erotic. All of a sudden, something had changed. Even though I knew what I had asked of him, everything that was going on sent me into an extreme panic. I may have spent more time in the house before returning outdoors to retrieve Robert's cell phone again. I then remember being outdoors with Joseph and Robert. I couldn't really speak. I felt like I was frozen. I then remember tossing the phone into a pile of leaves. When I did that, Joseph was to the right of me and Robert to the left. After that moment, I just remember standing very still. It almost felt like time had stopped. After that, the first thing I remember was calling 911 and screaming at the operator. Then I hung up on her. Then I started to then I started following Joseph who was walking down the street. Then the operator called back. I remember her telling me not to follow Joseph, but I'm glad I did because they were able to find him and get him medical treatment. I greatly appreciate the state's attorney's office for reaching out to me to inform me of victim services and informing me of my rights. What I really need is my child's father to be home so he can care for his family. I don't wish to continue with pressing any charges. I just pray that you can see that this is unfortunately a misunderstanding. Joseph has recently received some terrible news in regards to his health. Once he was detained by deputies, he was brought to Lee Memorial Hospital, where he apparently lost his life. What? Doctors are saying that his organs are shutting down and he is in need of several surgeries. His immune system is terribly weak, and I'm afraid he won't be able to get the medical attention he requires as an inmate. The recent pandemic also has me very fearful concerning his and other inmates' safety. I myself have faced trauma and abuse in the entirety of my life, but never by Joseph Katz Jr. Joseph and I have known each other since we were only 5 years old. Neither of us have had the easiest upbringing. Despite everything that we have both endured, we're ready to move on and succeed. Not long before this incident took place, we decided that maybe it was best if him and I focus on ourselves rather than each other. I was becoming overwhelmed with our new pregnancy and lack of employment. Um, it got to the point where I would create problems in my mind just to scream and create more stress for ourselves. Just recently, I've obtained employment with an employer that I have previously worked for. I never took into consideration that Joseph's health was declining. Some days he is in so much pain that he can barely walk. My actions were selfish and foolish. Whenever Joseph is released, he will be going to live with his elderly father, who also needs assistance with day to day activities. This will give us time to focus on ourselves and family. I ask that you please dismiss this case as mine was dismissed as well. I need Joseph now more than ever. For 25 years, he has been my best friend, and I'm scared he will lose his life while in custody. He is not a violent person. He has grown into a fine young man, and it's time for him to be a father for as long as he can. I'm hoping there is any other option other than being incarcerated, whether it be community control, court ordered therapy, or even house arrest at his father's house. Is there any way to get the no contact order dismissed so I can possibly speak to him? Him and I are to be married this summer, and I pray this dream comes true. I've been waiting to tell him that our baby is a little boy that will be named Joseph David Katz III. I thank you for your time and for what you do. Thank you. Aww. Oh, wait, there's another one. Oh, here's another one. Hold on. Why is that blue? Let me take some water. Take some water. Let me drink some water. Hold on. Oh, I was on mute. Wait, how long have I been on mute? I wasn't. Aw. Hold on, let me text real quick. Okay. Let's see what this one says. To whom it may concern. As I stated before, the order of events that occurred February 17th, 2020, from my memory, were not all too clear. After rereading my statement several times, I've noticed that the series of events that I mentioned were not in chronological order. Oh. Um, My first sign of aggression towards Joseph was on the lanai, where he declined to give me a cigarette. That's when I started to become physically aggressive towards him by trying to remove the cigarette from his hands. In doing so, I caused both of our coffees to spill on both of us. Shortly after this, Robert Hewitt witnessed me give Joseph a push on the right side of his shoulder. At that time of this occurrence, the only working phone in the household was Robert Hewitt's. Oftentimes, Joseph and I would use Robert's cell phone for our personal calls. The next thing I remember is following Joseph room to room while taunting him. I then remember going outdoors by myself to meet Robert, who was outside cleaning his vehicle at the time. I requested the use of Robert's cell phone in order to call 911 while Joseph was still inside of the residence. At this time, Joseph was inside gathering his personal items in order to leave. Joseph was indoors and didn't hear my request. Now that time has passed and I've had time to consider my actions and series of events, I noticed that I asked to call 911, and at that time, I was the only one who had allegedly battered anyone. I remember going in and out of the house several times. I told Joseph that I had already called 911. To my memory, after this, we were both outdoors where I attempted to throw the cell phone into a pile of leaves. I was trying to hide the fact that I hadn't actually called 911 at this point. I don't believe he was trying to grab me or harm me or prevent anything, because to Joseph's knowledge at this point, I supposedly had already called 911. I think he was simply reaching for the cell phone. Wait, I think he was reaching for the cell phone at the time. I was tossing it away from me. He was probably just trying to call for a ride so our argument wouldn't escalate. I then retrieved Robert's cell phone once more. At this time, the cell phone screen protector was cracked. This fact helped me remember the order of events from this day. I then recall placing the cracked phone into my waistband of my panties as I was trying to conceal it. This is when I went back inside the home for more and once more to continue to taunt Joseph in the restroom. At this time, he was continuing to get ready to leave the residence. This is also when I invited him to spank me. Shortly after that, I returned back outdoors where I attempted to lock myself in Robert's vehicle. This is when I actually did call 911. Um, Joseph followed me outdoors, but once I left the bathroom where we had physical contact, there was no more physical contact. He then went back indoors to grab his backpack and then left the premises. I'm praying that this case can be dismissed. I'm currently a waitress. This is out of work. That is out of work due to COVID. I will make sure he doesn't miss any legal proceedings. Or wait, I don't have much money to put forth on Joseph's bond. Neither does his family. His family and I will make sure he doesn't miss any legal proceedings. We all know that he is not a threat or danger to the community. Joseph is an active member of his church and he gives back to the community whenever he can in order to break his stigma. I ask the court to please show him mercy as we only want justice. To by blank, who is known to me this 24th day, Robert. This is the notary. There you go. So, interesting. So what do you guys think? Do you believe her? I do. But sometimes like the victim will take back something and just say they lied because you know how that's the hold that these manipulators and abusers have over sometimes their victims. So sometimes they'll do it and just be like, "No, I just made it up. I lied and it's actually true." But I feel like with this case, she's telling the truth. What do you guys think? Mhm. Um Hold on one second. Oh, okay. Let me see what you guys say. I really missed it back. I don't know. Sometimes people tell the truth and feel bad. Sometimes people get mad and lie. Yeah. I don't know. Like I do. Well, let me put it this way. Like the thing is though that last incident with him and his mom and that guy, her boyfriend or whatever, that makes me think like he does have, and then she said there was an incident before too where they say take a gun or what was it again? So yeah, he does kind of have a history, but I feel like maybe she's exaggerating how little, like she might be putting it more on her. And maybe it's like maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. Like it wasn't the first thing, but it's not exactly this. I don't know. The reason I tend to believe her though on this is because that Hewitt guy, the witness, said he's never seen Joseph hit her. He's only seen her hit him. So that's what makes me think that she's telling the truth more because of what he said. I don't know. It's tricky. But yeah, so that's that one. So let me take this down. And I think I'm going to do the transcripts real quick. So that's Joseph's to set bond. Hold on. Where's that at? Okay. Well, there's one. Hold on. There is this one. Let me just see if this has anything interesting. This is the escape one. Um, so this is the one where he gets in trouble with Wade for trying to like escape. But I don't know. It almost seems like he was just kind of stuck in the middle of that. Wade happened to be his cellmate, so it's like he almost maybe could have been almost like scared or felt like he just to go along with it. I don't know. But I feel like he would even get in trouble for that if he didn't report it. So even if he just sat there and didn't help Wade, wasn't a part of it, but just didn't report it, I think he would still have gotten charged, right? Let me see, because I haven't read his report yet. I only read Wade's, the escape one. Let's see what his is. All right. Yeah, let's read this. Let me take another sip of water real quick. What? Like is there a serial killer? Can you send me an article? What? Wow. Are you afraid? I'm 2 hours away from Columbus, so you're the one that should be afraid. Oh my god. Huh, interesting. You have to let me know. Email me or something, I don't know. Or what's the name? You're welcome. Hey, Lewis. Did I say hi to you already? All right. So on Wednesday, let me make this one more bigger. There we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's too big. That's too big. There we go. On Wednesday, September 31st, 2020, Deputy Lehman um, with the Lee County Sheriff's Office Road Patrol plan, responded to Ortiz Avenue, Florida, in reference to a planned escape from the Coral Jail facility. Upon arrival, Deputy Leeming made contact with jail personnel who advised they received information from inmate white male Vladimir Nunez. So remember, this is on Joseph's. This is on Joseph's records. This is his incident report, not Wade's. But I mean, it's the incident with Wade. So anyway, it might be exactly this. I wonder if it's exactly the same as Wade's, or not exactly, but close. Let's see. So Vladimir Nunez advised he has information about a possible escape attempt that is set to occur tonight. So 9:30, 2020, or tomorrow, 10/1/2020. Nunez advised corrections deputies that his roommate, white male Loren Curtis, received a note advising the following, not verbatim, that he is on death row for 2 murders, he doesn't know anyone, and he needs a ride out of here. He wanted a ride set up today or tomorrow at 1 or 2 a.m. to pick him up at the above location. The letter was addressed to Curtis. So, okay. So, according to Nunez, the letter was believed to have been written by white male Wade Wilson, who signed his name at the bottom of it. Nunez believes Wilson and Sawyer are related via a gang affiliation, possibly a white supremacy gang known as the Unforgiven. Deputy Lehman viewed the cell where Wilson was housed and observed the stool had been removed from the floor and the window appeared to be tampered with in a way so as to remove the window pane. Joseph Katz, a white male born 1/22/90, is Wilson's cellmate, and Dustin Daniels, a white male, is cellmates with Sawyer. CID Detective Scott Hill responded to assume the investigation. Sergeant Marge Grander was on the scene, and Watch Commander Captain Day was notified. All parties were separated pending Detective Hill's arrival. On 10/1, Detective Hill of the Lee County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division arrived at the Lee County Sheriff's Office core facility. The core facility is a medium maximum secure facility that provides housing for inmates. Detective Hill documented cell I-12 where the incident occurred. The only window in the unit was in the midst of being removed. The metal frame holding the window was removed, and the window itself, which is a thick security glass, had several cracks in it. Photographs will be included in the final case report. A metal stool, which is previously bolted to the concrete floor, had been pried off the floor. Detective Hill interviewed Nunez and Daniels And Wade, and then Anne Loren, I guess. All three witnesses were housed. Wait, why? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to figure this out because maybe not. That doesn't say Wade. Why did I say Wade? That's not. That says WM. At first, I thought it was like his initials. But then I was like, wait, why would they just initial his? So I don't even know what the WN. So they just they interviewed the three: Nunez, Daniels, and Sawyer. All three were housed in I3, which is below the listed suspects unit. Audio statements were completed with all three witnesses. In part, all statements were similar in nature. Earlier in the day, an unknown person slid a note under the door of their cell. The note was a yellow piece of legal size paper. The letter addressed to Curtis was a request for him to provide transportation after the author planned breakout from the jail facility tonight or tomorrow. The author references facing murder charges. This is consistent with inmate Wilson's date of birth, current charges. The witness stated that after receiving the note, they heard Wilson they recognized his voice, ask if Curtis received his note. The verbal interaction took place through the AC vents of the facility. The witness stated that they could also hear pounding noises coming from the upstairs cell for days. After receiving the note, inmate Nunez reported it to the corrections staff. Detective Hill attempted to conduct interviews with Wade Wilson and Joseph Katz. Both refused to make a statement. Wilson and Katz occupied cell 112. Based on the information provided by all parties, the witnesses hearing the pounding sound of the unit above them, the verbal interaction with suspect Wilson to the witness, asking if Curtis received his note, the damages to the cell consistent with an attempted escape, along with the written letter that was consistent with the crime scene. It was found that Wade Wilson, a white male, the occupant, I think it's I-12, was attempting to escape the Lee County Core facility. Both Wilson and Katz are listed as inmates, sharing the same unit of the Lee County Sheriff's Office Core facility. Based on Wilson's actions, it is believed that he was the primary planner and initiator in the attempted escape. Wilson is therefore charged with escape from detention facility. Being the fact that the cell unit is roughly 10 by 10, it was found to be impossible that Katz did not have knowledge, failed to report, and or take part in the escape. The damage to the cell reportedly occurred over several days. There is no information that Katz attempted to alert the jail staff. Therefore, Katz was charged with aiding in the attempted escape. The criminal mischief under blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that's it. Just didn't say anything. So he is in trouble. Okay. So that's all Joseph. We're going to end Joseph right now. And then we're going to do the transcripts real quick. You know, I don't know if I ever read this here. This is another thing. Like, so I was reading this letter. This letter was in another one of his cases. So when I was reading it, this Dawn letter, so I don't know if I read it yet because I read all of the letters that was in his murder file. So I don't know if this was in his murder. I can't remember. There's so many. So I can't remember if this was actually in that file and they just put it in another file too. So it was in both. But if it was not, then I haven't read it yet. I don't know. But I'm going to read it real quick. Let me know if it sounds familiar to you. Because I found it in his which file? The file under the escape plan, I think, is where this was at. And the other ones were all in his murder case. So, all right. So this is, you know, how people like write letters like in his what do you call it? Like to support him. So this is one of those. So it says, I wanted to take the opportunity to reach out to you concerning the case against Wade Wilson. While I do not know Wade on a personal level, I have been following the case for some time now and wanted to give a victim's input on his sentencing. I am not for the death penalty because I do not believe affecting the lives of more families and friends will do any good for anyone involved. My heart goes out to the victims and their families, and I can only imagine the loss they've experienced actually feels like. Oh, I can only imagine what the loss feels like. I pray for peace for them daily. I was a victim of domestic abuse by my spouse recently, and it was a drug induced brutal attack. Days leading up to the event were wonderful. My spouse had gone to work and came home. He was in a good mood and gave me no reason to believe that anything was wrong in his life, in our life. My spouse was a very intelligent man, a caring and loving man, hardworking, and a wonderful provider for us. He had the most beautiful smile and could lighten up the room he was in. He would help anyone in need and never wanted to see anyone without food or do without food, clothes, a ride, or a place to stay. On the day that things took a violent turn, he had gotten up and went to work. He worked all day and had texted me and called me all day. He sent me pictures and told me several times how much he loved me and needed me. He asked me to please love him forever and never let him go. I had no reason to believe the day would turn the way it did. My spouse came home from work and was suddenly in a bad mood and decided he was going to go get a fix. Before the night was over, he had a combination of meth, fentanyl, Klonopin, Vicodin, and alcohol. I had never seen him under the influence of these things, especially not all at once. The person he became that day became someone I never met or imagined him to ever be, especially not towards me, who he loved more than anything in his life. We had a disagreement about the drugs he was on, and he initially denied using anything. And then, after some time, he decided to tell me the truth. I was upset and decided I would go to bed, and he eventually left. He came back home early the next morning and had acquired more drugs in the time that he was gone. When he got back, he was enraged and made the decision to attack me. He advised me several times that I would not be leaving alive. And I had every reason to believe that because his actions definitely showed me his intentions. His reference, or for reference, I'm 5'8, 160. He's 6'3, 240. He choked me until I lost consciousness. He held me down and punched me in the face several times. Oh my Lord. Huh. When I would try to ask him to please stop, he got more angry and began covering my mouth and nose, telling me to shut up. I begged him to please just let me go. I needed to use the restroom, and he began punching me in the stomach and insisting I just urinate on myself. Dang it. I can't even imagine. What a jerk. I mean, how could you? Mm. Um, where are we at? Pretty quickly, I realized I wouldn't be able to get out from under him, and all of a sudden, he pulled me off the bed, forced me to go to the restroom to look at my mouth to check and see if I was missing any teeth. At this point, my mouth and face were completely covered in blood, and he grabbed a shirt and tried to clean my face up and insisted that he hadn't hit me that hard and should have. Well, he hadn't hit me that hard and should have because I wasn't missing any teeth and I should have been. Wow. He turned to leave the room and I took off for the door and I thought I'd be able to get out. Man. Unfortunately, he caught up to me and grabbed me by the hair and pushed me onto the floor and began choking me again. He stopped momentarily to tell me he was killing me and he couldn't wait until I stopped breathing. He started to punch me in my head. Man. And then began choking me again. I was on my back in the floor and fighting for my life. I knew that if I didn't do something, I wouldn't be leaving alive. So I tried as hard as I could to fight back and get away from him. I lost consciousness and he thought he'd kill me or he killed me. And when I regained consciousness, he pulled me off the floor. Where am I at? Hold on. And threw me into a chair. He told me we weren't done and needed to rest up because I wasn't leaving. He grabbed me again, and I was extremely disoriented and unable to walk on my own. He pushed me back into the bathroom. holding me by my neck or by the holding me by the back of my neck after he shoved me into the bathroom and hit me again, insisting he was ready to go again. And this fight would be the final fight before I was dead. So I needed to say whatever I wanted, but wow, my last words to be, and this is kind of hard to read. What the heck? Ah, wow. Okay, where am I at? It's hard to keep track where I'm at. Okay. I realized I had the choice in that moment, but to close my eyes and take whatever he was going to do. I knew that I was in the last minutes of my life and I was terrified. I looked around the bathroom trying to find anything to maybe hit him with. And in a quick moment, I realized that his gun was in there. I pulled it up to try to scare him into just letting me go. He repeatedly yelled at me that he knew I was going to call the police if I got out, and he knew he'd be going to jail. He told me that wasn't an option, and it had turned into a shootout with the police, and we'd all be dead. When I pulled the gun, he lunged at me, trying to take it from me. In that moment, I knew it was life or death for one or both of us, and I fired the shot. Man. Okay. Then the shot hit him in the shoulder and brought him down. He went and laid on the floor while I called 911 for medical help. I held his shirt on his wound and tried to give him mouth to mouth with the same mouth that was still pouring blood from being attacked by him. Man. Due to the number of drugs in his system and the gunshot, he unfortunately passed away. I lost many things that day. I never wanted him to die. I just needed him to stop hitting me, to come back to reality and realize what he was doing to me. The guilt I feel is unbearable. Most days, it is unbearable most days, and it affects me greatly in every aspect of my life. There isn't a day that passes that I do not miss him and love him, or that I don't defend his actions that day to many people, because any other day he was such an amazing person. The drugs cost me someone I was supposed to spend the rest of my life with, because they changed him into someone or something else. I lost my best friend, my companion, my provider, my everything that day. Our future together is gone. One of the realities that I've come to terms with is that I would have forgiven him. And that is one of the most important things I like to be taken from all this. I truly believe with all of my heart he would have gotten help after this situation. Unfortunately, one thing I noticed in these types of situations is that the person using doesn't see what they're doing as being an issue and don't believe they need help. While I am not making excuses for him, I can say that a lot of times the available options for assistance are not as easy to find and the resources are rather limited. Drugs have truly ruined my life and I've never even touched them. Prior to that event, I never knew that drugs could alter a person so much that they'd have a moment of insanity or drug induced psychosis and lose control over themselves. I didn't realize that the combination of mental health issues and drug mixing would be so toxic. I am not justifying Wade's actions by any means. I'm not simply I'm just simply saying unfortunately he did make the decision to use drugs that night and likely became someone else who even he didn't know. His actions were likely beyond his control, and I believe contrary to the beliefs of some, he does have regrets and guilt. I know he has had troubles in his life and struggled with addiction, which is extremely hard to overcome. I've heard. I gotta take some water. Hold on. It's empty. Okay. I I believe it would be harsher punishment for Wade to spend the rest of his life in prison, having to sit and think about the decisions he made and how he could have done things differently. Perhaps there could be a positive outcome in things, and Wade could potentially change the outcome for other inmates who will still have the chance to be released. It is possible that he would be able to be an example to other inmates to overcome substance abuse before it overcomes them and puts them in the same situation he is in. Thank you for taking the time to read my letter. While I know the inevitable, sometimes I can't say that, inevitable outcome is going to be your decision and what you see to be the most appropriate sentencing. However, I hope that my situation and thoughts could have some impact on that decision. Because of the sensitivity of my situation, I have compassion for his family. I would like to remain anonymous. I have included my email. Hmm. Wow. Dang it. That's sad, man. Hold on 1 second. All right, so let's do February 14th. I wish I had more water. Oh, you did, Austin? Let me see. 3 women found dead. Oh my lord. Wow. Oh, I'll have to look at it. I don't have any more water. All I have is this. All right, let's try this. It's transcripts. Okay. I haven't read through these, so I don't know. I just kind of skimmed to see. And then I wrote down the dates of the ones I read to make sure it wasn't ones I read. And then the one that I skimmed through to see if I could see if he talked, the defendant, it would be Wade. And I'm not sure if he does in this, but in one of them he does for sure. But so this is February 14th, 1:30 p.m. This is this year. Is it one of his hearings from this year? Okay. I have to make it a little bit smaller here. Okay. So Mr. Hollander, why did I go? Okay, so Mr. Hollander is one of his Lee Hollander. He's one of Wade's attorneys. And then Goodwin. Goodwin is his attorney too. Remember, Goodwin is the black guy with the dreads that was at his one hearing, the sentencing. And you remember he was talking to Wade, and we were like, "Who's that guy?" He represented him in the drug case. That's Goodwin. Shirley, you know who Shirley is. You know who Holland is. Those are all 3 his lawyers. And then Gardner is the prosecutor, right? One of the prosecutors. Okay. Just so we got who everybody is, okay? So I'm going to probably skip through some of the stuff that's just kind of like, so they're saying, "Good afternoon, Your Honor." Everybody's saying hi. Mr. Hollander says, "Court appointed." Kevin says, "On behalf of Mr. Wilson." Malcolm Godwin says, "On behalf of Mr. Wilson." "Yes, sir." And then the court asks, "So you're on blah, blah, blah case?" Godwin says, "Yes, sir." So he's probably asking about that case is probably the drug one, smuggling. The court says, "Okay, all right. So we're here for pretrial conference and status. And also, Mr. Wilson is present for the record. So who would like to begin?" Mr. Hollander. So you guys know who everybody is, right? Hollander is all 3 of those. Hollander, Godwin, So you and Shirley or Wade's attorneys, okay? And then Gardner is the prosecutor. All right. Hollander says, it's just voluminous discovery. My client has apparently reviewed some of it and has a whole lot of other issues on people who have been deposed. Neither I nor Kevin were involved in this. And the court says, I know you were appointed last year. I believe it was August or September. Hollander says, somewhere around there. And the court says, and Mr. Shirley was appointed December 18th of last year. So I understand that. Okay, so Hollander says, but the client raises some issues that should have been inquired into. I'm probably necessarily going to have to file a motion to redepose people. I'll do that. The state can deal with whatever. If they want to object or not, I think I have to lay out why I want to redepose. So he wants to like the depositions, he wants to redo some of them, right? Court says, all right. Wait, what just happened? Okay. Mr. Hollander says, discovery is just like we said the last time. He's never had any of the psych work up. Court says, well, that's what we talked about back in January a little bit. You were going to get that going. And Shirley says, and I have contacted several doctors. Some don't want to work for the JAC funds and the like, but I would probably be able to get him evaluated sooner rather than later. And then the court says, I'm going to need a little more specificity in order to lay out a good calendar for us. Shirley says, hopefully within the next 30 or 40 days. Okay, what will happen in that time period? Shirley says, we'll get an examination. I mean, if the doctors won't come here, we're going to have to take him there, which is a logistical nightmare for the jail. So, and the court says, well, why wouldn't the doctor come? Shirley says, well, the last client I had, Mr. Zeeler, we had brain scans done on him and they can't bring the equipment in for brain scans. And the court says, I understand. And then Shirley says, so I don't know that will reach that point, but we had to do that with Mr. Zeeler because it was shown he had a prior brain damage. Court says, okay, at that last conference, I wanted to make sure at this one, we had at least some formulation of a plan with some idea of when things were going to happen. So that's what I want to hear. And Mr. Hollander says, there is one other issue that I was reading yesterday. If he is convicted, then you can have a doctor examine him, but it's got to be after conviction. You can't do it before. It's right in the statute. But wait, why is Mr. Holland saying, like, that's his client? So why is I wonder why he's stressing that, right? Anyway. Hold on. Huh. All right. I just want to make sure. It's like, do I have? Yeah, sorry. So the court says, okay, go ahead and tell me what implication you believe that has. And Mr. Hollander says, just at some point, if there's a conviction, you have to take a break for however long. I think in Zeeler, it was a week. And the court says, okay, and you have a doctor examine the person at that point? Correct. And then what? I'm just throwing that out there. That's going to be another speed bump. And the court says, I know, I want to hear what you project so I can figure out the calendar of things, what you project the timeline of something like that would entail. And Shirley says, I believe we can do the initial examination in the next 30 to 45 days. And the court says, okay, in reference to what Mr. Hollander said, if the jury were to convict Mr. Wilson, then there would be a second phase. I understand there would be a break in between. And Shirley says, well, we have time standards that we have to comply with in order to disclose our potential mitigation witness to the state. Court says, right. Shirley says, that has to be done in advance of the guilt phase. And the court says, right. And Shirley says, now, if he is found guilty, then the state would have their doctors go in and examine him during that interim period. Court says, okay. And Shirley says, or not. It's strictly up to them. And court says, how long are you thinking that period of time would be in between the guilt phase and the penalty phase if there is a finding of guilt? Shirley says, at the longest, a week. And the court says, okay, I'm not trying to be critical. I just want to know. Shirley says, and I don't want to misrepresent anything. The state has folks that they use on a regular basis for this. Sure. And I don't know their availability. Of course, says, I'll ask them too. But on your side, you think maybe a week in between? Yes. Okay, Mr. Godwin. I know you are representing him in another case. Do you need to discuss anything at this point? And he said, no, Your Honor. All right, just speak up if you need to. Okay. Mr. Gardner? Yes, Your Honor? Your thoughts on the status and timeline and counter on certain things? And Gardner says, Judge, this case is going on almost 5 years. And the court says, I can't hear you. And Gardner says, he's had numerous defense counsel appointed. And now Mr. Hollander and Mr. Shirley have come along, and we have provided discovery on multiple occasions. We've gone out of our way to make sure that Mr. Hollander has had all the discovery. We have had this case set for the date certain ever since November of last year. The court says, uh-huh. And Mr. Gardner says, it is currently set at the end of April this year. We are prepared, ready to go forward. As it relates to any type of mitigation aspects of it, the state would be prepared to go forward at the time upon receiving notice upon who and what they plan on doing. We would concede the fact that there is as long as a week in between the guilt phase and the penalty phase, and we'll be able to accommodate defense counsel. As it relates to all the other matters, Judge, we've got time. Since the last time we were before this court, nothing has happened. So the state is a little frustrated with the representations at this time before the court, with what still needs to be done since we were last before the court. And we're similarly situated at that point. We understand the fact that, yes, this is a death penalty case. We understand, all the voluminous discovery that's been provided. Quite frankly, Judge, depositions have been had. The state is ready to proceed. The court says, all right, you said that there were some depositions you may need to file, a motion to retake depositions? Correct. How many are there? 10, 15. Okay. I'm going through all the depositions. We've got the transcripts, and the client provides some information. Court says, have you contacted the state about whether they would agree to redepose certain witnesses? Mr. Hollander says, not yet, because I don't have a final list of who we want to redepose. The court says, when will you have the list? When can you have that list? Hollander says, I'm estimating about another 3 or 4 weeks, Judge. Here's my problem. I've got a trial, a non-jury trial, in front of Judge McGowan. Wait, I did read this one. Never mind, guys, I read this one, but why? I wrote down the dates of the ones I read, and this isn't the same date, though. But I remember because he goes on to talk about how he has that other trial. Well, let me see, because maybe he just says it in both. Okay. I've got another trial in front of Judge Cryer out in LaBelle. 3 dead in a car crash. I can't just ignore them for this case. And don't get me wrong, we are not in any way suggesting any impropriety by the state. No, I didn't say that. We've been provided discovery and we're just slogging through. And the court says, okay, well, if I were to set a reasonable deadline for you to get some of these things done, when would you suggest that reasonable deadline would be? Trying to think if I read him on more than one video. Maybe I did read in 2 lives. I'm trying to think what the other live I read some transcripts on. I don't know. Where are we at? And he says to get mitigation. Court says, well, to get the deponents notice for redeposition, have the motion, have it heard in the court if the court grants it. And Shirley says, are you saying within the time period between now and the end of April? The court says, no, I'm going to take into account a reasonable time for all you to accomplish things you say you need to accomplish. And Mr. Shirley says, I'll defer to Mr. Hollander. And the court says, right, let me start with Mr. Hollander. I'll come to you next. Hollander says, you have several trials? Question mark. And Shirley says, yeah, I'll have to rely upon Judge Thompson's persuasiveness with regard to other judges. Mr. Hollander says, now you're in trouble. The court says, we're in the beginning of April and the end of May right now. April 29th is the date certain. Hollander says, yeah. Court says, and that was a kind of questions I asked before when we said a date certain, which was, would that be a reasonable time? And everybody agreed that that would be. Hollander says, at the time, that's what we thought, Judge. I'm sorry, this is a work in progress, so to speak. And then he talks about basically he understands how he has other cases and blah, blah, blah. And Shirley says, yeah, and I was before Your Honor about a week ago. I had Mr. Poley and nothing had been done on that. And I was chastised because I hadn't done anything on that. So I'm going to have to work a little bit on that. And at least so I can stay up to speed on that. I don't know what to tell you. I might be able to get most of my stuff done by mid-April. When they conduct their examinations, they usually only do 2 examinations, but then you have to put their feet to the fire to get them to render reports, because obviously the state is entitled to the reports. Yeah, I think this is the one I read. I might skip this because it's all sounding familiar. Well, give me a minute, because now I'm remembering I read transcripts on 2 different lives, right? I just got to find the other live I read them on just to make sure which one, so I know which ones to read if I already read them. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys. I just want to see something. Because this is I definitely have read this, and it wasn't on the live that I went through. So I had to have read it on a different one. Give me a minute. All right, Aftermath. You know what? Let me play Bonnie. Let me play, maybe I could play Bonnie's thing while I'm looking for it. What do you guys think? Has anybody not heard Bonnie's phone calls? Put a 1 if you've already heard Bonnie's with Wade, and put a 2 if not. So 1 if you've heard Bonnie's phone calls and 2 if you haven't. I'm talking about Bonnie with Wade. I'm just curious. So 1's always yes and 2's always no. All right, hold on. It's court hearings. So that's the one. All right, I'm going to look in a minute real quick. I'll give you guys a chance to answer, and then I'm trying to look through some of these lives around the time I read that transcript just to see. So that was that. Oh, maybe it was this one. Nope. Oh, as I'm going through these lives, I'm only so far seeing. It had to be within like a certain time period that I read it, because I know which time it would have. Hold on, give me 1 minute. Don't leave, guys. All right, it's not that one. Hold on, let me look at one more. So that was. Oh. Okay. Let me do this one. Hold on. don't know. I'm only seeing that one live. Okay. All right, let me go back to chat, see what you guys, so 1 or 2. Let me see what you guys voted. Did anybody even vote? Barely anybody voted. Huh. Nobody put a 2, so I don't think we'll do that. All right. Um, there isn't as many as normally when you guys vote. All right. I'll just read. I'll start on the next one and see if it sounds familiar, and if it, I'll just do it that way because I cannot. All right, let's do the next one here. Sorry, I keep checking like another one. Okay. I'll try what date? Let me try March 14th, see if that sounds familiar when I read it. Hold on, I'm going to check one more. My OCD, I don't know what it is. It keeps making me want to check more of my lives. It's easy to skim through because I could tell, I skimmed through my live and I could tell, like, if I'm reading a transcript, I go look to see. I'm just trying to get through as many as possible to see if I could find it. Yeah, okay. I don't think. Wait, hold on. This is the last one, I promise. Steffi, Wade Wilson. Oh, that's when somebody translated that. The German, remember? Who was that? Is the person that translated that here? That German live? That was awesome. All right. I guess I'll just read them because I can't find any other live where I read them. So just go by memory. All right, so this is March 14th. So we have Miller, Miss Miller. Who is Miss Miller? I don't remember. So Miss Miller says, "Good morning, Sarah Miller, on behalf of the state." There we go. So we have Andreas Gardner and Miss Miller is the state on behalf of the state, right? The prosecution, the state. Mr. Hollander, we know who that is. All right. So we've got, so Hollander says, we filed ex parte motions for a psychologist, a psychiatrist, and a neurologist. Court says, okay, did you file any proposed orders? Not that I'm aware of. I checked with Miss, that's the motion. The orders are pending. We're going to need the court to sign them. And that's why I was asking, did you send me the order? And he says, I don't think so. The court says, okay. And Hollander says, because we need that order in order to go to JAC to get funding. So send me the order, the judge says. Hollander says, okay. No, he's not here. Court says, looking for Mr. Shirley. Hollander says, yes. Okay. We'll get an order to you. We'll get the order to you today. Okay. Where are we in the terms of scheduling? That was the purpose. Miss Miller says the purpose of today was they were going to talk to their experts to see when they could get here to evaluate Mr. Wilson so we could hopefully start trial April 29th. Right. Unfortunately, Mr. Hollander says, the judge, he was the only one in contact with the experts. Do you know where he is this morning? Yes, he told me he was going to be here. They're talking about Shirley. Court says, okay, maybe we might have to call this back up again. Back up then. Thank you. So we'll call it back up. See if you can find Mr. Shirley. He says, yes, sir. Okay. All right. So Gardner says, good morning, Your Honor. Andreas Gardner, Sarah Miller, on behalf of the state. I did have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Shirley just moments ago. He advised that all of his experts have been contacted. They are ready to proceed accordingly. It's just a matter of filing. He's filed the motion. He needs to get in contact with JAC for them to approve it. As soon as that happens, he sent them an email today. He should have an email response as soon as he receives that. He indicated he'll be submitting the order, but he's made contact with all the necessary experts, as Mr. Hollander had previously described to the court, and he indicated that he'd be ready and prepared to go forward, currently scheduled. So we are ready to go. And the court says, well, that what I need to know is when are they scheduled to go and do what they need to do. She said, as soon as he says, as soon as the orders are submitted to the court. He assured that he'd get them done. I'm going to skip through some of this. Oh, this is kind of boring. Castilla said they technically have to know by tomorrow. Yeah, that one's kind of boring. Okay, let me do it. Let me do this one where I have Wade talks. This is the defendant. He'll be the defendant. I hope it's not the one, because I had read one where he talked in the transcripts, but see, I have November 30th, March 28th, and January 20th. None of these are that. So this is June 14th. Let's see. So we have Gardner, Farrell, Mrs. Miller, Sarah Miller on behalf of the state, Youngblood, judge, it's blah, blah, the court. Has anybody been able to get a hold of Mr. Joff? Judge, I just got a text from him. This was not in his calendar. Frankly, I remember when your honor's office was coordinated and looking for responses from attorneys as to availability. I don't remember seeing Mr. Joff respond, but that's all I can say. He did text me back, and I suggested perhaps he call your honor's office. I forget who Mr. Youngblood is. Hold on. Is he for the... Oh, he's for the defendant. Okay, Youngblood and Joff. All right. So the order was sent to him. Is it possible that he appear by Zoom? Court says, I guess so. Youngblood says, I don't think so. I mean, I would assume he's back in Fort Lauderdale, because the judge asks if he's in town. Court says, all right. Has the state or anybody had any contact with him? And Miss Miller says, we actually had depots set a month ago, Your Honor, and he left to get a sandwich and never came back. So we haven't heard or talked to him since then. We've tried. Our witnesses showed, but he never showed back. So we're not really sure what's going on. This is Wade's lawyer, never show back after a sandwich. I'm kind of remembering this too. But I mean, I'm sure, like, even if I read him, I'm sure there's some people that either don't remember him or you weren't here for that part. So I could still read it. This one, I think, is one of the more interesting ones. So Mr. Youngblood says, Mr. Joff is texting me. And the court says, just for the record, Mr. Wilson is present. And Youngblood says, and Mark Youngblood on his behalf. So Mr. Joff is texting me, asking me if he should call a phone number or Zoom. Court says, yeah, he can call. Well, have you got his phone number? I do. You can write it down and I'll call him. Joff says, hello? Court says, hello, is this Mr. Joff? It is, sir. Thank you. This is Judge Thompson. You are here on speakerphone. This is for the state of Florida versus Wade. And did you not get the order scheduling the status conference from us? And Joff says, Your Honor, I just spoke with my office and my paralegal takes care of calendaring things. And she said she never saw it. So I'm going to have to check with her and look and see what happened. We're usually pretty good about this. Judge says, where should we send the orders? He says, are they coming via email? Yes. They can go to, and he gives them the email. Court says, you broke up And then gives him the email again. I had some issues with that as well. I had to replace my iPhone because it was deleting info. All right. So now we got Joff says, I believe I filed a motion to have Danny Hernandez appointed as second chair. I'm not sure the order was signed. It may have been. The court says, well, approval of travel related expenses. And I don't have a motion on a second chair. I don't believe. When did you file it? It was filed some time ago. Sounds like these lawyers aren't on top of it either. Shirley was not bad. Hollander wasn't that good. And then look at these two. Court says, okay, well, one of the main things I wanted to address today was representation because there's been so much request from Mr. Wilson. There's been a motion filed by Mr. Youngblood to withdraw, but I needed to have at least you two here present to talk about it. Joff says, okay. Court says, and so it appears you've already anticipated that, and you've asked the court to appoint somebody else as second chair. Is that correct? That's correct. I've had discussions with Mr. Youngblood. So this is Joff saying, I've had discussions with Mr. Youngblood about this. I've had also have discussions with Mr. Wilson about it. And so I'm fully aware of this. And then the court says, now I don't see, does anybody have this motion regarding another attorney? And Ms. Farrell says the state has not seen the motion, Judge. Court says, all right, well, as it relates to Mr. Youngblood, Mr. Wilson, do you have any objection to this motion to withdraw? Now, Wade says no. Because, Youngblood's trying to withdraw, right? Okay. The court says, then I'm going to grant the motion. Mr. Youngblood filed a motion to withdraw due to a conflict, so I will grant that. In the interim, I'm going to appoint another attorney off the registry. And then once Mr. Joff files another motion, I don't see the other file. Do you have the motion that he says he filed about the attorney? And the clerk says, not in the 19 file. Of course, so you may have to refile that. I don't see it in our system. We can have a hearing on that later. Miss Miller says, I don't think we need anybody because Mr. Joff is appointed. He just wants to have someone, I believe, assist him with litigation, which he can do. But he already is represented by Mr. Joff. And the court says, but Mr. Youngblood represents him on a different case. And the clerk gives the case. It says, right. And Miss Miller says, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. Court said he's entitled to have a conflict-free counsel on that case. So I'm going to do that, which would be, and then the clerk says, it'll be Miss Sherman, Miss Melissa Sherman. And the court says, Melissa Sherman will be appointed. The defendant says, is he still on the phone? So Wade says that. Court says, yeah, he's still there. And Wade says, can you ask him what's up with the motion from the laptop, my laptop? And the court says, let me get through this stuff first. And then Wade says, I'm trying to figure this out, man. I've been waiting for 4 years to figure out what's up. It's been a long time. Court says, and then, so that was one set of things. Now, the other thing I wanted to address for Mr. Joff was there was an email, I believe, that was sent to Mr. Youngblood regarding Mr. Wilson's case being transferred or not to Judge Kyle. Because our rules, there's with co-defendants, because there's a new case, the co-defendants have cases that precede the case with the other judge. Then, like all the cases get transferred normally. There's an email apparently that was sent by Mr. Lovejoy to Mr. Youngblood and to administrative judge, Judge Porter, to have all of his cases stay with me. I have no say in that, but I just want to make sure that Mr. Joff had the email because it didn't look like that when I was sent to Mr. Joff. I wanted to make sure he had that and Mr. Wilson had that. And Joff says, I don't think I have seen that, Your Honor. And of course, says, Mr. Youngblood, you have that? He says, I do. Have you sent that to Mr. Joff or anybody? No, I have not. So you need to send that to Mr. Joff and make sure he has that. Will do. And it basically says, if you have any more questions, it's up to you. I just want to make sure you're aware of it. What else, Mr. Joff? In a sense, you understand that I was saying that normally there's a rule where cases would be transferred to a different judges based on co-defendants, prior cases, But under this situation, I think because I've had this case, which I'm speaking of, the 19 CF 568 case, for a significant portion of time, that that being the more serious case out of all of them, they wanted to keep all that case here. Again, I have no say in that. Whatever they want to do in terms of administrative judges, assigning cases, I'm here. I'll do whatever cases I'm assigned. But I did want Mr. Wilson to know about that email and Mr. Youngblood and Mr. Joff to make sure they had that as well, because it was only sent to Mr. Youngblood. I don't know why that is. And Mr. Joff says, Your Honor, there was also an issue regarding, I don't know if you want to deal with that today, Mr. Wilson's ability to have a laptop computer provided by the jail so he could review the discovery since it's voluminous and we can put it in electronic fashion. I know that the court, it was denied initially. I brought this up the last time. The court said you would take it under advisement, I think is what the court said. So it's a pretty simple matter. And court says, I understand that. And Mr. Joss says, he can start going through discovery. It just helps us as the defense. That's all. And the court says, right. I believe it in hearing it before. We heard that different suggestions and recommendations regarding all that. I don't know that anything has changed since then. And then Wade says, well, if I could include something. So in my case, and the judge says, just so you know, you're being recorded. And he says, okay, perfect. And the court says, Mr. Joff, this is your client speaking. So I did definitely read this last time, but Wade says, no, this is a courtroom. It's being recorded. I got that. So this is Wade, remember, he says, so there's over 1,000 hours of audio and video involved in my case situation of facts. That's a fact. There's over 1,000 hours. Do you know how many of those hours I have even seen? Very few, maybe an hour out of 1,000. Now, the tablets, they have tablets in this jail now. So those tablets have no access to this type of thing with case files and whatnot. So the only way to do that is plain and simple, like he said, with a laptop. Joseph Zeeler, who just had this case, has a laptop. There's various people just like me that are no different than me that have laptops that got approved for them simply through the court. I can't go over this case without this laptop. Cut and dry. I can't do it. 1,000 hours? I haven't seen my case. I don't even know. And the court says, I understand that. Where is the state on this? And the state said, Gardner says, the state's position is the same as. Judge says, I can't hear you. The state's position is exactly the same as it was before, Judge. And the judge says, so were the other cases recently where laptops were allowed? Oh, he's saying, were there other cases? And Gardner says, I'm unaware what's being presented before the court at this time. I would like the opportunity to take a look at that. That's why we respectfully request that if he's going to file a motion, that it be done. This particular matter has been before the court. We've already addressed it, and I don't see why defense counsel, having a second on it, can't manage to make their way over and sit with Mr. Wilson and go over all the discovery. And Wade says, 1,000 hours, nobody has time for that. And the court says, one at a time. And then Wade says, it's 1,000 hours. Nobody has time for that. And Gardner says, regardless, this point has already been addressed. And then Wade says, so, Mr. Thompson, real quick, you hear what he said? That's fine. They've already addressed it. They've denied me of everything just because of who I am. Joseph Adam Zeeler had it. He just recently had a case. And judge says, here's what I'm going to do. And Wade says, 1,000 hours. Who has time to come show me 1,000 hours of anything? Nobody. Nobody does. And the court says, Mr. Joff. And Mr. Joff says, Your Honor. And the court says, can you hear everything that's being said? And then Mr. Joff says, I can hear it, Judge. And the court says, okay, so I don't know the issue regarding this other case that Mr. Wilson has mentioned, whether that was done or not, or whether there was new accommodations that are being made in that regard. From the last hearing that we had where I denied it, it sounded like there was not that was not available. So I'm not aware of anything new other than what Mr. Wilson is saying right now. I'm going to deny the motion without prejudice. You can talk to the state. If there's some new accommodations that are being made, you can present that to the court. And then Wade says, that happened a year ago. You denied it a year ago without prejudice. I'm here again. So still doing the same thing. Court says, I'm making my ruling now, so it's without prejudice. So if there's a new accommodations that they're making it for similar situations like this, I'll listen to that. I don't think that's able to be presented today. One, Mr. Joff is not here. And two, I don't know if the state is aware of it or not. I'll let Mr. Joff and the state talk to each other and find out what can be done. And where are we in terms of procedurally and things like that needs to be done. Says they're set for pretrial in front of your honor July 13th. We're just waiting on defense counsel. And the court asked Joff where he is. He says most of it's complete. He had depots the other day, ended up in another hearing, blah, blah, blah. Almost done. Because of the age of the case, the second chair, I think, is going to have to start from the beginning in the terms of mitigation. And that's where I think we are. It's really the second phase lawyers, second chair lawyer that has the bulk of the work to be done moving forward. Gardner says, excuse me, Judge, I would like for the court to be apprised. And the court says, you have to speak up a lot louder. And Gardner says, yes, Judge, I want the court to be apprised in all candor of what happened. We had depositions set up for May 24th, during which we had 4 witnesses lined up for a Zoom deposition. This isn't even in person, Judge. This was Zoom depositions. We had 3 people show up at the very beginning. Mr. Joff was present. He left to go get a sandwich at Jimmy John's and never bothered to return. We sat there over the course of the next couple hours waiting for Mr. Joff to return, making attempts to get in contact with him. We were unable to do so. So what's he presenting to the court? And the court says, Mr. Joff, is that true? Joff says, Your Honor, I did take a break to get something to eat, and I got caught up in another matter. So that's accurate. And I'm aware of the communication with counsel for the state regarding those last few witnesses. So that falls on me. And the court says, yeah, so you left the deposition and didn't bother to call or let them know what was going on. That's kind of messed up. Joff says, well, we had completed the first one and the other witnesses were waiting on. So that falls on me. The state says, with all due respect, Judge, that's not true. Joff says, I got involved in something else. And Gardner says, we did not complete the first witness. And the court says, so the state is saying you didn't complete the first witness. The state is saying you did not complete the first witness, Mr. Joff. Mr. Joff says, my understanding was that I thought I had. I have to order the transcript to see, but from our perspective and from the perspective in terms of first chair, I would have to say I'm just about ready to go. The issue is second chair. They've got a lot of work to be done. So, all right, what has to be done? In terms of the second chair, yes. Well, they've got all their mitigation work to be done. Like what? Well, they need a psychologist to evaluate them, a neuropsychologist to evaluate them. They probably need additional experts appointed to evaluate Mr. Wilson. You know, things that theoretically, in a perfect world, would have already been done, but have not been done. I think part of what that is because of the pandemic. I believe that Mr. Youngblood had other experts that would not go to the jail to see Mr. Wilson because of the pandemic and because of the other reasons. I think one was elderly, and that was an issue. So that's what's occurring in terms of the second chair. Man, I'm getting tired. Sucks because as I'm reading these, I've read them all. I don't understand why I have different dates when I look back. I'm so confused. because I did make sure. Oh my god, I'm tired. Where are we at? Okay, so of course, in order to get caught up with everything, it'll be a lot easier if you were here at the next pretrial. So that he's telling Joff because Joff isn't there. Remember, he's freaking on Zoom, and Youngblood is withdrawing. So now Wade just says Joff, and then the second counsel or whatever was Melissa Sherman or something, but then he ends up getting other. I think they all withdraw or something. I forget. And then he ends up getting in other lawyers. Man, I'm tired. Okay, where are we at? July 13th. Blah, blah. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Wade's back. Let's see what he has to say. So, okay. 1:30. Okay. So July 13th, and Gardner says, "Excuse me, it's 9, Judge." And the court says, "Okay, never mind. July 13th at 9 a.m. We'll have you here. We'll have Mr. Wilson's new attorney on the other case here too. I'll set up all those cases for that date. And then hopefully by then, too, we can sort out any second chair issues and get a better idea." And then Wade says, "Mr. Thompson, can I please say something too?" Court says, "Let me finish my thought." And Wade says, "Go for it. Finish up." And the court says, "And if at that time, if you have all to come to some agreement or there's new information regarding the laptop, you can bring that up at that hearing at July 13th. And Mr. Wilson wants to address the court one more time. You have an attorney to speak for you, but again, whatever you say." It's like he's almost trying to like give him a tip, like, "You have an attorney, maybe you shouldn't say anything. Everything's on record." Wade says, "I don't know how much longer if I can't have an attorney be at court for me." Wait, "I don't know how much longer if I can't have an attorney be at court for me. This is a joke, man. You see I'm caught in the middle of, I don't know what the word is you want to call it, but my question to you is, do I have the opportunity, the right, the legal right to review and go over in thorough detail, right, everything that is to my case? I do, right? I should." Basically, he has a right of all the details of his case, right? He's saying, "I should, I do." The court says, "I'm going to let you get legal advice from your attorney." And Wade says, "No, no, no. I'm saying, I believe as a judge, you should know I have the right to go through my case situation from a legal standpoint in its entirety, correct?" And the judge says, "But as a judge," and Wade cuts off and says, "As a judge," and the court says, the judge says, "I don't give out legal advice to anybody." And Wade says, "I'm not really asking you. I'm telling you." Oh, he's got some nerve. What do you? The chat looks weird. Looks like it's like one word. It's like each thing is really small. What you got? Queen 239. All saying yes, queen, queen. Anyway, where I'm at. So he says, "I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. I know I have the right in America to do so, and in any state, whatever. So what I'm saying is, with over 1,000 hours of audio and video, and I have seen an hour, everybody, the state is prompting, saying that they're urging and ready to go to trial. And I see they're so ready. I get it. I understand. It's been 4 years. Trust me, I get it." The judge says, "That issue isn't resolved." And Wade says, "That's fine. Without me going over my case, how in the hell do you anticipate or expect me to know really what's going on with my case situation so I can have a proper understanding myself? How is that fair?" And the judge says, "I'm willing to address that on July 13th. And Wade says, "So that's fine. 1,000 hours audio and video that cannot be printed on paper that I haven't had a chance to go over myself only can be done so on a laptop. Now, respectfully, Your Honor, you want to continue until next month, but you declined without prejudice. I would say, I know I'm not an attorney, but I would say we did this with Mr. Youngblood, who gave a half. I feel like an effort that was not good. This is why I fired him. So that's what happened. You denied it without prejudice. That was a year ago. Do I have to wait another year so I can review it all? So I can go to trial? Because no way I'm going before I can study my case, right? Of course, the judge says, were there any other issues, Mr. Joff, or the state, or Mr. Youngblood, or anybody else? Wade, Wade says, I want my discovery. I haven't even got my discovery yet. 1,000 hours audio and video. Where is it? And the judge says, I know. Anything else? And Youngblood says, I do want to ask, Your Honor. And dang it. Then Wade says, you're so lucky you did this. And Youngblood says, you're so kindly granted my motion to withdraw. You're so kindly granted my motion to withdraw. Anyway, the judge says, please send in an order. And Mr. Youngblood says, should I submit orders, one appointing Ms. Sherman and one appointing Mr. Hernandez? Sorry, I'm going to reread that because, Anyway, the court says, I don't know about Hernandez. I don't have that motion yet. So right now, your motion is granted to withdraw on the new or the not new case. But what was it? The clerk says, yes. This case, Ms. Sherman has been appointed, so she'll be here July 13th too. Mr. Joff will see you here in person July 13th at 9. Yeah. Okay. Man, I'm too tired. Oh, wait, there's more of the defendant. What are your charges in the new case? Attempted trafficking, the amphetamine. And the court says you're entitled to conflict-free counsel in that case, so I'll grant that motion and we'll have to pull somebody else. Wait, who's he pulling? I don't know. Anyway, the clerk says it's going to be Linda Smith. Linda Smith will be appointed on that. Your Honor, can we have Miss Sherman be on both of them? Farrell asks. And the court says, I guess we could. Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Wilson? Have Miss Sherman on both of those cases? And Wade says, he shook his head and says, I want my laptop. I want to go over my case for my murder case. And the court says, I understand that. I have to straighten out the attorneys first. Wade says, I'm just saying, they deny it. You give it to Joseph Zeeler. What's the other guy that's on death row now? The one with the bald head. He had one. He had an iPhone. And the court says, Mr. Wilson, I've heard all of that. And Wade says, I can't go over my case. Thousands of hours, bro. How do I go over it? And the judge says, do you have any objection to Miss Sherman representing you on both of those cases? And he says, I have a lot of objections. I don't understand how you operate, man. I don't understand what's up with the court, bro. It's crazy. He's talking to the judge like that. Like, man, bro, dude. Oh my God, why am I so tired? Where are we at? Wait, I'm just asking so you can have either Miss Sherman or both. And then Wade said, no, you can answer my question and then we can answer yours, bro. I'm not just here for you to throw me down, bro. This is good. I'm about to clip this out, like make this into a pre-record. This part. I can't believe he's talking to a judge like that. The judge says, okay, then appoint Miss Sherman. Wait, hold on. You can have me either Miss Sherman on both of those. Anyway, and Wade says, I'm not that person, bro. I'm not that guy. So I want my laptop. I want to go over my case. That's what I want. Judge says, all right, July 13th. And Wade says, I'm tired of you letting the state do whatever they want against me, bro. That's what's sickening. And he says, the judge says, all right, we're all done. Thank you, Mr. Jeff. And he says, Mr. Jeff says, thank you, Your Honor. Man, I'm getting a headache. Hold on, did I? Yeah, that's all for that one. Man. All right, let me just see what this is. Oh, that's the March. Did I already bring up the March 12th? Let me see what March 12th is real quick. Yeah, it's it. Yeah, somehow these are just labeled. It's the same ones I read, but why is the date different? So yeah, sorry guys. I thought I had new ones because they were dated different, but for some reason they're not. So, oh well. I'm glad I did read remember I took a vote of Joseph for the transcripts. I'm glad I did do the Joseph first because these would have been the same anyway. But I'm trying to see if, what is this file promotion? The court, what is this statement? Hold on, I'm just reading it for myself real quick to see if it is something that. Guys, I'm so tired. I can't even. I'm trying. I can't even really read it. Why do my eyes get so tired? What? The particular court found that it neither altered the definition of criminal conduct nor increased the penalty. Huh. Yeah. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to. I can't even. I'm too tired. I gotta go walk around the house. Oh my god. It's to the point where my eyes are. I'm getting a headache. Anyway. Well, thanks for hanging out. Sorry today wasn't as good. Queen. I'm just tired. I'm not. My health is fine. I'm just tired. But thank you, Amora. Hey, Ashley, how are you? Just exhausted. Yeah, I am. Whew. I feel like I could just fall asleep right now. I could honestly fall asleep anytime. So I definitely have some kind of sleep disorder, which the doctor said thought it was narcolepsy. I never actually been officially diagnosed because I never made it to the sleep study, but that's what they said. They thought, but it's definitely something. Because I mean, I literally any time of the day, if I wanted to, if like I was like, oh, I could fall asleep if I needed to. Does that make sense? Now there are be rare occasions at night where it's like you have those wide awake moments at night, or but yeah, for the most part, like "Come over there, fall asleep." Okay. Anyway, all right. Bye guys. I'm not gonna do a big wind down because I hope we get the messages this week though. I hope. Um yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired. It's already been 4 hours. Dang it. I was gonna do you know what I was gonna do? I was gonna do a video on the drone stuff, but then I kept looking it up and it seemed like it was like the same stuff over and over by just different news agencies, like the same footage and stuff. Um, but I could get into like some of the I don't know if would you call them conspiracies? I don't even know, but I remember when I was really looking into in Colorado, like all going down rabbit holes of conspiracy and the world power and the government and all this stuff. One of the things that was it's been in the works. I mean, is a fake alien invasion. And so a couple years ago when the government came out and they were like talking about like it's, you know, no big deal that yeah, oh, there's aliens. Like this whole time, like it was like we were supposed to be like, oh yeah, like it wasn't a big deal. But as soon as I heard that, I was like, it's just their plan. It's their plan to start. And because think about it, I think those UFOs are all the government. And I think the Area 51 is all they've been testing and getting that ready for something like this, the fake alien invasion. Because first of all, they would have power. It could be world power because everybody on this planet would be needing like the technology and saved by like the government. They would act like, okay, we could help you. It'd be like a world power of like us giving up our freedoms and just basically bowing down to like whoever could help us, right? And something like this. And so I think that's like one of the ultimate bigger plans that they've been planning for a while. And we would all just do what they wanted because how could we defeat aliens, But it would all be fake. I don't know. That's what I think. I think it's fake. I think these drones are definitely fake. They're not aliens, in my opinion. It's the government, and because they wouldn't be letting them out up in the sky. It's yeah, I think it's the government, and I think they've been testing out things in Area 51, getting it ready, holograms and UFO type flying things, and um, I don't know how ready they are for a huge world alien invasion, but I think eventually that'll be a big thing where they could plan it like the world leaders, and then we're all bowing down like, "Oh, save me." A savior. That's what Chase has a really good Mama Mia, are you here? She sent me this really good video. But the stuff he said, Chase Hughes from the behavior panel, he put out a video about it. But all the stuff he said, this has been in the works forever because I learned about it like over 10 years ago, probably like 15 years ago. I was looking into it. Wow, it's already been that long. Maybe not quite. Wait. It was probably like 20 when I was looking into it. It was probably year like 2014. So maybe 10 years ago. Yeah, that's what's happening. I don't know. It might just start off like distraction. He said like distraction, savior. So they right now they could just be using it as a distraction. But I think ultimate, like bigger plan, which I don't know if that's gonna happen right now, but they're kind of like feeding us this a little bit, is like the whole like our planet is being invaded by aliens. So then and it's they say like it helps like them to how like different laws will be created, different freedoms will be taken away. But right now it's probably just for some kind of distraction of try to distract you from something else that's going on. But yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it sucks because I hope it's not all the time for like that. What do you guys think? You don't really think those are aliens, right? What do you think of the drones? Do you think they're government? I don't know what I mean. Yeah. Anybody? Yeah. But I was saying, what do you think they're for? You think it's to get so there's some people that start thinking they're aliens and, you know? But see, I don't because, if that was the case, Ashley, if it was China, why would how could they be in our airspace? How are we letting them just, like, be there? They'd be shooting them down or getting them down, would they not? I don't think they would even be able to get them. I don't know, I think it's us. But, I mean, I think eventually when it comes down to, like, the fake one, like, the bigger plan, I mean, it's gonna be world leaders that are all planning it around every country, but I feel like the stuff in our country right now is from our people, and then, I don't know, maybe other countries are having it done too right now, but I don't know, I think it's all planned. I think it's all planned. I don't even wanna think about it because it's scary. It really is. No. Here, watch this video. You guys watch the behavior panel with the Chase does this video. Actually, Mama Mia sent it to me, but it's really good. Hold on, let me send it to you guys. He tells about all the steps and different things. It's really and it's I mean, I think he's right because it's stuff that I was learning about over 10 years ago, and that's exactly what's going on, I think. Let me find my history. Hold on. It's really good. I like him. Anyway, I like behavior panel, but this is just him talking. Hold on, let me get it. Right. If I wasn't so tired, I would sit there and watch it with you right now. But yeah, here. Here it is. Watch this, guys. Check this video out. It's pretty good. Um all right, I better go. Yeah, I want to watch it with you, but I know I shouldn't. My God, I should go. I'll put it one more time. All right, guys. Well, sorry. I feel like it kind of was a disappointment because the transcripts, but I don't know. Hopefully, you guys and learned something that you wanted to learn. And then I don't even know what I'm going to do this week. If I don't get the messages tomorrow or the next day, I'll probably I don't know what's good. What's all Luigi? What's going on with that case? I have seen like a bunch and like somewhat like things that kind of updates of different things coming out of different articles. I've been collecting them. Now I have so many. I don't know from like the last few days that if I do it like tomorrow might be kind of old news for some of them, but I could or maybe another case. I don't know. What are you guys into? Like what are you watching? Oh, okay, good. Oh, good. Okay. I'm just tired. Hi, dude. Let's see. DB Bentley. All right. I will. I'll say. Oh, I clicked it open, but I'm just too tired to go over it like on the live or I would have. But all right. I'll share that link one more time. The chase. Watch this, guys. Tell me what you think. Maybe we can discuss what you guys think on the next live on Wind Down. The video I just put. The chase. Check it out. All right, bye guys.